Mhm. Oh, my mic was not muted. Whoops. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Howdy do, everybody. Hi, Redacted. Hi, Cast a Cat. Meowish. Ain't Brown. It's good to see you all. Welcome, welcome. Make sure everything is nice and set up. Very excited for this musical. Glad to hear. Oh, wow, that's hilarious timing, actually, Redacted. Literally, you just came back from a local production of The Great Gatsby. Well, now you get to watch it again with me. Hi, Michaela. Ho, welcome, welcome. So, The Great Gatsby. I feel like, I don't know about other countries, but in the United States, a lot of us watch this. Read this, I mean. Not watch. Not watch the musical. I mean, I guess people do watch the movie. But in a lot of schools, we read The Great Gatsby. Usually a redacted form of it, where it's not the full book. But, you know. I read it for English class, and I'm wondering how different the musical will be. If it will be different at all. I don't know. Did I find a slime tutorial? Yes. I've spotted two. One which looks considerably higher quality than the other one. But it's like 20 minutes shorter. So I don't know if I'm concerned about that a little bit. I mean, yes, you're right. The fact that it's a musical now, by necessity, make it very different. Because it has songs when the original didn't have songs. What's it called? I mean, one is The Great Gatsby Paper Bill Mail Playhouse, October 23rd. And the other is just The Great Gatsby. No, it's a debated topic, but Nick and Gatsby were extra close. No, these are the plays? Oh, gosh. How am I supposed to find the musical? I put like a post in the Discord of like, if anyone knew where... had a video. I guess I can't find it then. Search story time. Wow, that is a very long... Okay, thank you. I'll search that. How do you even find these kind of things? Story time. I got back with my ex. She's married. Feet shirts from London. I never would have realized that this is... I mean, I guess that's the point. Alright. Then we will get right into this in a moment. Turn off that background music. Before I start, as always, make sure to check out the original. It should be linked down in the description. I mean, now that I found a video, it should be. Actually, I probably should have left this open specifically so that I could do this. Then we will get... Shut up past me from 2 seconds ago. There we go. Boom, saved. Now you can go down in the description and check out the original and give them a like, comment, subscribe, and do the same for me if you please. I would really appreciate it. Is the title wrong? I mean, the title should say The Great Gatsby, all messed up. Like, why did... What? I literally updated it. Why? Huh? That doesn't make any sense. That's genuinely so confusing. Shut up past me again. I'm busy right now. Okay, whatever. I mean, I remember when people name slime tutorials, if you think this is blank, you're hallucinating. Incredible. Alright, updated it on Twitch. I'm still trying to figure out how to solve these issues. I still haven't figured out how to not stream twice on YouTube. And I feel like the moment I figure that out, everything else is going to be so much smoother. But anyway, let us get into this reaction. Wait, my other screen. Yep, alright, we're good. Transition over. We are here. I feel like I shouldn't wear black shirts on stream. It makes it like messes with the contrast and my face just shines. All right. Let's see it.
Ever since. Whenever you feel like criticizing anyone, he told me, just remember that all the people in this world haven't had the advantages that you've had. Reserving judgment is an act of infinite hope.
Okay.
And after all that's happened, I've begun to suspect I am one of the few honest people that I've ever known.
I guess we're starting. I feel like we started mid-conversation, but okay. I mean, what he's saying so far is good. It's not good to judge people, and acknowledge your privileges. I mean, don't be beholden to them and making up for having them, but acknowledge that they exist at all. Is this Gatsby himself?
And when I stepped off of the train at Pennsylvania Station, I felt that restlessness even more. Oh, it's New York City.
Oh, you're in the Big Apple. Nah, if only we could see you. Missed user submitted. That's so sad, Melody. Oh, this is right. I forgot actually that the story isn't from Gatsby's perspective. It's called The Great Gatsby, but it's not from his perspective. It's from Nick, right? He's the guy who's a normal guy who's being exposed to the high life, essentially. Oh, as soon as you enter the city, everything's different now. I'm sorry. Let me fix the volume. Let me fix it slightly less. Oh my goodness. All right. How did Nick even get dragged into this? Because this really, from what I remember, these kind of parties really were not his scene, like, at all. I love Roaring Twenties timeline musicals. Same. The aesthetics of the Roaring Twenties are just, they're just kind of neat. I like them. The flappers and everything. It's pretty cool. I mean, this, of course, this was immediately followed by, you know, the Great Depression. But the music and everything is so good. Okay, so we are missing stuff. Not even introducing Daisy. We're just going to the party. I'm guessing we probably missed at least one song then, which is unfortunate. I mean, that's pretty much the Roaring Twenties in a nutshell, right? The party never stops. Literally why it was called that. Oh, that's later. Okay, so I guess it's just a different order than this one. I love that view. Just the head of a person. I mean, musicals can be pretty, like, fluid with time, so it's not a real big deal that they're messing with the timeline a little bit of events.
The practical thing was to find rooms in Manhattan.
Okay.
Turns out, Manhattan is expensive. So when I...
Oh, it's always been expensive, man. Even back then. I mean, if you were here for your cousin Daisy, as somebody in the chat mentioned, I don't remember Daisy at all. It's been a good, like, 6 years since I've read The Great Gatsby. Or 7 years, around there. So there's a lot I don't remember. But if you're here for, like, with your cousin, can't you just stay with them? I would assume. I would imagine.
Of a cottage on the grounds of a Long Island mansion for $80 a month. I jumped on it.
Wait, that's how he meets Gatsby? Gatsby was just like renting out a little space on his on his island, and Nick took it. Also, there's no problem, Redacted. Please yap on as much as you want. You know, since we can't see much, at least we could just really concentrate on the music, and it's pretty good. Which is unfortunate because that, like, we can't see much, since the outfits look pretty fun. Just as I say it. Did she, like, just snort cocaine? Am I crazy? I think she just did some cocaine. Oh, I understand why Meowish. I'm just saying it'd be nice if we got a better view.
One evening I went down to the shoreline. Here's what I'll never forget.
Oh, is this where you meet Gatsby?
There was my neighbor standing in silhouette. He was
Actually, describing it as a neighbor, I'm assuming then... Actually, that would make a lot of sense. Gatsby doesn't own the island itself. He just owns the manor on the island. And the owner of the actual island is also renting out another much smaller property that's on there. Also, props to Noah. He has a great voice. Great. See ya, Casticat. Go enjoy your food.
reaching across
Okay, so that's definitely Gatsby. The one big thing I remember about him is that he was always reaching for that light in the distance, which I was like a metaphor for something that I don't remember.
And then he was gone, and I was left to wonder why. I turned back to my cottage. What was he reaching for? Then
You wouldn't get it, man. You wouldn't get it. I don't get it either, but you wouldn't get it.
a letter from my neighbor fell to the floor. The honor would be entirely mine if you would attend my next little party.
Little party. I do wonder why Gatsby invited Nick. Was it just a whim that he happened to have a like, why not? He's nearby, we might as well have him over.
gATSBY. The very first time I saw Gatsby's name, if only I knew then that I would never be the same. Take me there. As I see we were drawn to him like moths to a flame. Was there some other way? This all could have gone before we crossed the room.
Also, every time he said, for the first time I saw Gatsby, name, you hear it as, for the first time, his name? Interesting. I wonder, how long is it going to be until we meet Gatsby? I don't remember in the original book, because my vague recollection is that we didn't see Gatsby that often, which, I mean, was probably good to keep, like, the mystery of what his deal was, like, a mystery. What's going on? Man, even the suits are all glitzy and, like, shiny. On and on. And what a smooth transition, I think. It's hard to see, but the background fell in right before the lights turned on, and this couch lit in at an exact moment. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a crazy fast transition.
I got a nice place here. Property extends all the way down to the beach. Polo ponies around back. It costs a pretty penny to overlook the bay like this. In East Egg, too.
East Egg.
There's East Egg and West Egg. West Egg is gangsters.
Okay, so Nick is talking with somebody. Based off the voice, I don't know if the person they're talking to is just trying to be like, look at how great our place is. I mean, it sounds like that's what they're doing.
Bankers. New money. Where'd you say you're at?
West Egg.
So which are you then, a gangster or a banker?
Gangster or banker? I mean, in this time, it's probably the gangster, right? Oh, that was Daisy's husband, and this is Daisy. Right.
Daisy, I'm paralyzed with happiness, Nick, darling. Is it really you?
Well, why, the war
Yeah.
hasn't changed you a stitch.
Oh, the war changed everyone, darling. And that horrible Spanish flu. 4 years felt like 4 decades. Tell me, did you come east by...
Oh gosh, the Spanish flu. So the Roaring Twenties, was this right after? Oh geez, I'm so bad with years. Give me a moment. I know I should probably finish my sentence before. Right, the Roaring Twenties was like right after World War One, right? Yeah, literally right after. Because World War One started in 1914, and it went until 1918? Oh my gosh. And then it ends with the Depression. Womp womp.
Train. Did you
And a Second World War.
in Chicago? Do they miss me?
The whole town is shrouded black in mourning.
Oh, how gorgeous.
Oh.
I love Chicago. I wish we'd never left.
Well, why did you leave?
Why did we, Tom? I forget.
Why'd you leave the rainy city?
Crime in Chicago, it's gotten to be a terrible thing. Ever since Prohibition, the town's been overrun with bootlegging gangsters. And what business are you in, Nick?
Do you think New York has less crime? I mean, to be fair, Chicago has always had more crime than the rest of the country. Or at least than most of the country. I'm sure there's probably somewhere that has more crime than Chicago. Probably. And I guess New York, compared to Chicago, has less crime. But, like, if you wanted to go somewhere with less crime, one of the big cities was not the place, man. One of the biggest cities in the U.S. was not the place.
I'm a bondsman.
Also, High Life is under. Welcome.
I wouldn't have pegged you for that racket back in our New Haven days. Now,
You're a what?
I'm a bondsman.
I wouldn't have pegged you for that racket.
Oh, a bondsman. Bondsmen are the people that give, like, loans, right? A person that stands for surety for a that doesn't tell me anything. Right, they're the ones who take responsibility for you if you don't handle your bonds or whatever. I don't understand it. I'm not going to pretend to have a big brain.
Back in our New Haven days. Now, remember that? Remember? When I was a football player and you were writing jokes for that terrible magazine. You never guess I married your cousin.
Only as a joke.
So I guess no one guessed it.
And now we have a child. Can you believe it? You must meet baby Pammy.
I'd like to.
Baby Pammy. Also, it's the story is the book is slightly coming back to me as I'm like realizing what scenes we're in, and I remember not caring too much for Daisy's husband. As in, like, I have a slightly negative opinion about him. I don't know why. I do not know why. Also, hey Christian, welcome to the stream.
Oh, well, the nurses probably put her down for the night, but she eats and sleeps and everything.
All the things a human does, baby.
You know, I have a board meeting on Tuesday at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Have you ever been?
No, but there's this new Egyptian exhibit that I'd really like.
I don't know about that.
He's a very my way or the highway kind of guy, huh? He talks about his interests, and then as soon as you bring up your interests, which are, you know, at least semi-related, he's like, don't care.
But I could introduce you around. I mean, surely there's someone fool enough to buy bonds.
How better to introduce him here? We'll have a dinner party.
No! Nick wants to go to the Met. Don't you, Nick?
I mean, Nick hasn't said anything about that.
Well, if it's not too much trouble, I am still building my clientele.
Nick, I heard a rumor that you were engaged.
It's libel. I'm too poor.
Oh, come on.
Aw. Is it libel? I mean, libel is when it's written down. If it's spoken, it's defamation, right? I think.
You're acceptably poor because you're handsome. You remind me of a rose. Oh, an absolute rose. Or better yet, a bud preparing to bloom. The summer you will soak up the city, the sunlight, the sea. Who knows what this new adventure will be when you open,
Well, man, Daisy, you're really hyping him up.
open up anew. You'll be an absolute rose once I cultivate you.
Do I need a drink? My tournament in Shinnecock Oh.
Wait, I know. She's the character that like pretty much hangs out with him for most of the story, right? And they have like a romance-ish situation that doesn't go anywhere, I think. I'm like trying to to remember. Well, she's your favorite if I haven't guessed. You don't say, Meowish, you don't say.
Who's the librarian?
Darling, meet my cousin Nick Carraway. He does bonds.
Financial or marital?
He's the heir to a farming dynasty in Kansas.
My father owns a hardware store in Minnesota.
So not quite the farming dynasty that was being talked up.
I am here to escape my fate.
That makes two of us.
Miss Baker's been indefinitely occupying our guest house.
She's a prize amateur golfer. You may have seen her in the papers.
Oh?
Okay. Right, she's a golfer, an amateur golfer. And she's been staying with them. I mean, that's nice. Good to know that they're giving her a place to stay for some reason.
You're Jordan Baker.
I'm Jordan Baker.
Jordan Baker.
Amateur golfer. Confirmed bachelor.
You know what's grand about a rose?
Who are you calling a rose?
Is sometimes they look
Not you. She was talking about her cousin.
best when they are arranged.
Here we go.
You should see the trophies that hang on her
I see. I mean, arrange you two together. There you go. Now we have a perfect bouquet.
wall.
So you know I've always had a thing for swinging at little white balls.
I should fling you together. Find a
His reaction. I mean, that sounds like a threat, to be honest.
boat, push you right out to sea. Or maybe lock you in a room and see what happens to bloom.
Well, fun though this is, I'm only passing through. I must get changed.
Neither seem too interested in this.
Oh, but you can stay for dinner.
I told you, I'm going out.
Women run around too much these days to suit me. Nick doesn't want a wife who traipses from golf tournaments to parties.
Better than a husband
You're really just talking for Nick. He hasn't said a single thing like that. It's just like, I didn't say that. How do you know?
who travels with a pack of polo ponies.
Polo ponies are the least of it. Look, see what Tom did? It's all black and blue. I know you didn't mean to do it, but you did do it. That's what I get for marrying a brute of a man. A great
Wait, what was black and blue? She like grabbed her ring, and I'm like, was it her ring or her wrist? Well, I mean, I'm clearly she got hurt. Bad. I just wanted to know exactly what happened. All right. Well, that's another reason to dislike her husband. Do we have his name yet? I've already forgotten it.
big hulking physical
I
specimen.
hate that word brute, even in kidding.
Brute.
Wouldn't be a problem if you weren't such a delicate flower.
If I'm a rose under glass, frozen at its pinnacle. More cynical by the day. I've been everywhere.
Well, this marriage clearly is a little rocky.
I've seen everything, done everything.
Oh, his name is Tom. I'm sure they said it. I've already forgotten it.
God, I made it. I'm so sophisticated. But look at you. You are back from the war, brave and victorious.
Victorious.
With glorious days ahead.
Oh, we have another war vet, man. I hope we don't have too much PTSD in this musical.
Days ahead.
You're writing books.
I'm selling bonds.
You're selling bonds.
Daisy, I hate it.
No, you've made it. I swear
Is anyone gonna remember his job?
this all
Or is it too boring?
faded. Dance with me, Nick. Yes. You all together must dance with me at my wedding.
Yeah, why weren't you at our wedding?
Well, I wasn't back from the war.
Everyone's favorite excuse.
I mean, it's not really an excuse. It's just like I was literally I was fighting in a war. I couldn't have been here if I wanted to.
When you open up to see.
Oh. I mean, that's a little sad. So she's hyping him up because she sees in him who she used to be, somebody who was free. That's unfortunate.
Phone for you, Mr. Buchanan.
Oh,
Tom,
they got the
we
phone.
have company.
Excuse me.
All right.
You'd think she'd have the decency not to phone at dinner time.
Tom's.
As soon as he walked out, she pulled. Was that a hidden cigarette under the pillow? And she saw. All right, I gotta get one out before he's back.
Oh, Nick. Everything's terrible.
This was around the time when smoking, they like advertised it as a thing of freedom, right? Like before this, smoking was a purely like masculine man thing. And then, even though the cigarette companies were really trying to get everybody, you know, the other 50% of the population to smoke, it just wasn't happening. And then they advertised it as, it's like, no, guys, listen, smoking is a sign of freedom. And then immediately it blew up with with women smoking as like a symbol of feminism. Which, again, just goes to show, you are not immune to propaganda. No one is immune to propaganda.
Everybody thinks so. All the most advanced people. And I know.
Well, how do I look? Like a new woman?
Oh, très chic. Though I'd wish you'd wear that new beaded dress of mine.
Why not wear it yourself? I see Tom's occupied. We'd have such fun.
Darling, do you really go to these parties in West Egg? They sound scandalous.
Oh, I only just
I mean, they are. And I'm so excited to see what they look like.
moved in, so
Last week I was at a party where the host hired belly dancers direct from Turkey. Paid off the Coast Guard to smuggle them in.
Oh, so we're just being open about the illegality of what's happening. Okay, cool.
You must know him if you live in West Egg.
I don't know a
Well,
single
everybody
person.
knows Gatsby.
Gatsby? Oh, what Gatsby?
Wait,
He does know Gatsby. He was just invited to one of his parties.
I believe that fella's my neighbor.
Your neighbor? What kind of bondsman are you, Mr. Carraway?
I rent the cottage next door.
Is that an honest-to-God paper invitation from gATSBY? I've never...
Damn. Hey, now if you hang with him, he can get you into a Gatsby party. I kind of the way I said that kind of reminded me of a Diddy party, which I hope Gatsby parties aren't anything like that.
never actually seen one.
You weren't invited.
Everyone just shows up. Well, now we all have to go. What do you say, Daisy? Daisy?
Wait, that's interesting. So people just show up to a Gatsby party normally. What does it say about Nick that he was invited? Why was he invited? That's so interesting.
Quite all right?
Yes. Yes, of course. You should go to your party and Nick, go have fun. What a dream that is.
Also, I didn't process until right now where they were like, Daisy? Why did she react so oddly to the name Gatsby? Like she was going like Gatsby? Like she No, but then she said, what Gatsby? I don't know. The way she said everything seems odd. Like she knew something.
Now that you're nearby, you must come around often. Tuesday? Well, you'll meet baby Pammy at least before Tom's board meeting and... Oh my goodness, it's suddenly gotten so much hotter.
I hope we meet baby Pammy. It sounded adorable. Also, this is more evidence. It's clearly, Daisy knows Gatsby. In potentially a personal way, based off the reaction.
I feel like I need to lie down. Oh, you two make an awfully handsome couple.
Sorry, I looked at the camera and I realized, man, my forehead, it's so big and it literally changes the light balance on the camera. Oh.
I didn't know my cousin had designs on the two of us.
Oh, marrying me off is Daisy's favorite pastime. Misery loves company.
Being rich could be that miserable.
When you're
I mean, you could be miserable in any position in life. You just gotta try hard enough.
money makes you money, what's the well-to-do to do? But buy another pony with the interest they accrue. While just across the bay, they're making fortunes on the go. Over there, the rich are rich, and the money is nouveau.
Nouveau riche, as the up-and-comers were called. This is the time of the nouveau riche, right? The Roaring Twenties, which essentially just means the new rich guys. I mean, it's just the new rich, period. I'm pretty sure in this time there was a lot of conflict between the nouveau riche and the old money. The people who have so much money because it was inherited, versus the people who have a ton of money because they, for whatever reason, usually not legal, they have earned a ton to be like on a similar level economically. But of course, just because they're on a similar level economically, the old monies did not accept the new money. They're like, oh yeah, do you think just because you're a billionaire, you're on our level? I'm a billionaire, but my family tree is like 500 years old. So why don't you jump off a bridge?
Shall we make our escape?
Well, I do have this invitation burning a hole in my pocket.
Then I think it's high time we meet your neighbor.
All right.
For the scepter of the kings, and somewhere high above us, you've got Gatsby pulling strings. Faster and faster, now slow it down. Lucky boy, you got the hottest ticket in town. A whole new ruling party, and your neighbor wears the crown.
So, so Gatsby is like the king of the nouveau riche, I guess. They spend money like it's water. Because why not? They have so much to spend that I mean, she mentioned before, like, based off, like, interest. That's genuinely where a lot of the money of the rich come from. They just have so much money, and they put it in so many different things, and they earn so much back in interest that they can't run out of money, essentially. And I imagine whatever Gatsby's doing, he probably isn't running out of money anytime soon. Ever. What did you just snort? Ooh, money. New money. New money. Ba, ba, ba.
High roller coming through.
Did they say high roller? Are they doing some gambling as well? Because a high roller is like a person that gambles a ton of money, essentially.
Money when it's scanty. New money on the ante. Ooh, follow me, honey, tonight I'm on the road.
Yeah, it is gambling.
Hey, kid. Wanna blow on my dice?
Are you kidding? I want to throw up.
New money.
Lucky 7.
Oh, she is... She is made for this party scene, huh?
New manna from the heavens. Ooh, follow me, honey, tonight I'm on the road.
Oh, dice. Hey, who's the school teacher?
Oh,
I see you looking at my cuff buttons. Finest specimens of human molars.
The rich are so weird, guys. Why would you want to wear, like, teeth as your cufflinks? Ugh, that just it just sounds gross. I wouldn't want that at all. Like, even if you could get molars, why? Why? Really, that's the question. For a second, also, I thought she was going to introduce him as, you know, Nick, invited by Gatsby himself.
Well, that's an who is that?
That's Meyer Wolfsheim. He fixed the World Series. You can meet anyone at these parties.
So where do we find...
Fix the World Series. Just... So it's just open. Everyone here is like a criminal of some degree.
Can you point him out to me?
I've never even met him. The man's a mystery. Every time it seems his notoriety grows. I wonder if he's even at the parties he throws. I think that it's dandy that he keeps some brandy handy, but his honest half brandy, no one really knows.
I think I've heard this song before. Like, just in that one part there where it's like, I wonder if he's even at the party he throws. Like, that part there reminded me. I think I saw an OC animatic of this.
Well, I heard Gatsby owns a patent for the Model T.
I heard he's a spy.
I heard he won this place in
He does no. The Model T theory is wrong because Ford owns that.
horse race.
I heard he killed a man.
He's selling bathtub gin. He's crushing loyalty. Stock market.
He's blooded red carpet, star-studded.
Cold-blooded.
Immediately going from the theorizing to, oh, who cares? Let's party.
Do you believe that about Mr. Gatsby? That he killed the man. I mean, shouldn't he be in jail?
Oh, Nikki, you naive boy. The rich can get away with anything.
Not if he didn't get caught.
What kind of a person throws large parties he doesn't attend?
A person who likes large parties. I like large parties. They're so intimate. At small parties, there isn't any privacy.
That's such a funny. That's because usually that you think of it's like the opposite. Like, you know, a small party is where the things get intimate or whatever. But I guess the logic of that is kind of true. If the party is large enough, you can find your own private space with somebody, with like one person. In a small party when there's only like what 10, maybe less people, it's much harder to do that. Also, the answer, a guy who likes large parties, is pretty fair. Like, if you have enough money, you could just throw a large party that you like just because you want to, right? Like, if it's like, what kind of guy buys so many Pokemon cards? It's like a guy that likes Pokemon cards and who can afford them. Same logic. Oh. I'm glad he's at least having fun. There was some parts where he was a little, like, unsynced with the party, but I guess what he was just, you know, that's what he was worrying about. Is our host a murderer?
Wow.
It happens at every party. Like New Year's Eve in June.
Oh, that's fireworks. Wait, that's so cool.
If we were in Minnesota, I might ask to kiss
unfortunately, they're not in Minnesota. So no kissing happening here.
Mr. Gatsby wants to see me. He's sending his car.
Damn, all right. We're gonna be Gatsby already. Okay, cool. Wait, are we still inside the building? They just brought a car in? Is that what's happening? Well, there he goes. I'm so curious of why Gatsby's, you know, interested in him at all, Nick. Oh, yeah. Man, they really like money in this song. I mean, I guess everyone likes money, of course. And that's all. And that's just a taste of the Gatsby parties. Clappers. Clappers indeed.
I'm awfully glad you could stop by. I have to say, you're a difficult man to find. Yes, I'm afraid I'm not a very good host.
Oh, that's Gatsby. All right, wow. Okay, hi. Hello.
On the contrary, it's the most eventful party I have ever attended. And the drive around the house to the back entrance was scenic.
The cottage is good.
Very, and I wanted to thank you for such fair rent, Mr. Gatsby.
Call me Jay, old sport, please. And
Jay, not Gatsby. All right, all right. I forgot his name wasn't Gatsby. or is it his last name Gatsby? Or is Jay just a nickname? We'll probably figure it out in like 10 seconds, but all right. I'll call you Jay Gatsby.
a soldier ought to catch a break when he's starting out in New York.
Well, it's the first I've got.
You were in the 3rd Infantry, am I right?
Yes, sir.
How'd you know?
Machine gun battalion.
Battle of the Argonne Forest. You're not the only ones who've served in the Great War. I was first lieutenant in the 7th until June 1918, after a battle where I should have died. Well,
Oh, is that the connection here? They both served in the Great War, and so. All right. I mean that's not a bad. That's not the worst thing to make a connection through, you know.
I tried very hard to die. I was promoted, and every Allied government gave me a decoration, including little Montenegro in the Adriatic Sea.
Major J. Gatsby for valor extraordinary. Well, how about that?
Well, I didn't want you to think I was just some nobody. Here's another thing I always...
It'd be very difficult to think of you as a nobody, considering all of this.
Carry a little souvenir from my old Oxford days, taken in Trinity Quad. Now, there is nothing like standing next to the Earl of Doncaster to make you feel like a Midwestern farm boy.
Well, I'm also from the Midwest. Whereabouts are you from?
California.
He said that makes you feel like a Midwestern farm boy. Not that he actually was. But also, okay. Gatsby's, I mean, from the very beginning, going very hard on, like, impressing him. Which is interesting.
You may think I live an enchanted life, Mr. Carraway, but it does not matter how much adventure or money I amass. No.
I mean, it sounds like your life is very charmed.
We lost much more than just comrades in that war, didn't we? But
We are gonna get the war PTSD, bro. Bandstand and then this? What's next?
To be honest, it's after the war that's been hell for me. I had so many nightmares when I got back. I finally went to see a doctor about it.
And did you get some relief?
No. Doc sent me home, told me to journal, which was no use at all. That's why I decided to take matters into my own hands and come out east.
You made the right decision. Now, I imagine the only reason I don't have nightmares is... Well, I still feel like I'm fighting.
Oh. Interesting. I guess that to a certain degree that does make sense. I remember hearing, I forget the channel, but it's like one that they do like VR chat interviews with people, and they had one with a person that fought in like Iraq. They were part of like the aerial stuff, and that during their whole time there, they were surprised at how little they reacted or like seemed to care about everything. But then as soon as they got out of the fight, like, you know, they went back into civilian life, like it all like crashed down onto them. Your brain is apparently very good at just pushing to side all the trauma until, you know, you're out of the danger, and then you can deal with all that. So what he's saying does make a degree of sense.
And I've always known what I was fighting for.
What was that?
I've done it all for put off each war
For her. Random guess into the darkness. Daisy. This is all for Daisy, who is married to somebody else.
all the plans I made, all the options.
Okay, Sip is crazy coming from you, Meowish. Like, don't throw stones in the glass house, alright?
Every price I paid for her. I went to war for her. Braved for and sure for her. Bottled up the guilt. Then I went full tilt. Rivaled
Who is she? Will we ever know? I hope so. If they leave it a mystery, I'm gonna be very, not upset, but I'm gonna be like, no, I want to know now. Hey, I'm not saying you're wrong, Meowish. I'm just saying, you know, acknowledge a fellow sim. I was right. Literally right after I... Oh my gosh. Literally seconds after I was like, please tell us. They told us. Cool. And it is Daisy. Interesting. I'm guessing Daisy got married to the other guy while Jay was at war. I guess. That's what I'm assuming. Literally right before I say it, I unpause and he's like, yep, that's exactly what's happening. I'm too good at this. Or in the back of my head, the memories from The Great Gatsby are coming back and I just don't realize they are. But I mean, I feel like the connection with Daisy is pretty obvious, right? Like, she had a very weird reaction to bringing up the Gatsby. Daisy is Nick's cousin. Nick is getting, like, a weird amount of attention from Gatsby, despite never meeting him. They're talking here. There's a person that he loves, a woman. It makes sense. It, like, comes together really, really clearly.
I've come so far.
Oh no, you might. Okay, so you met while you were deployed. Interesting.
The finest caviar for her. Everything I own, every party thrown, all the nights alone.
So is that the goal, to throw these parties in a hope that maybe she'll come to one of them? That's, I mean, that's a vain hope, it seems, at the moment. But, and you expect Nick to be able to bring her to your parties? Why should he even do that? Like, Hazy.
Mr. Gatsby, truly, I can be a bit slow-witted.
Like, this is a wild thing to ask of a person. He's just like, what exactly do you want me to do here? All right? Because I'm not going to, like, kidnap her or anything. Just watched your Red Boom musical Piper's reaction. There's so much I could have explained to you. A tragedy, I missed it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Melody. Truly, it does sound like a tragedy. Because I think I was very confused there.
I want you to invite Daisy to tea at your cottage. Just invite her to tea, and I'll be there, and we'll meet. It's practically a chance encounter.
My cousin's a married woman, Mr. Gatsby. Do this good turn for me, and I can guarantee when all is done, I'll be forever in your debt. This time I won't let go.
I mean, that is a big thing. Like, having a person of Gatsby's standing say, I will forever be in your debt, that can take you a lot of places. But at the same time, it's like, she's a married woman. The only reason, like, this is even worth considering is the fact that, well, Daisy does seem very unhappy in her marriage. Like, that's the only reason I would consider it. Twitch keeps messing up your titles and your titles alone. They're out to get you. Yes, clearly they are. I'll figure it out. I swear I'll figure out what's going on there. Somehow.
To make it so, try as one might, you know that there is no forgetting her.
Hazy. I like his voice. It's very good. The very wide, like, large voice. Those aren't the right words to describe it, but they feel appropriate. I like it. Hazy.
Gatsby, I got a leading quiz.
It's Jeremy Jordan. What do you expect? That's true.
I'm gonna need your help.
Yes, I'll be right there.
Hey, you kid.
Oh gosh, is that the guy who had the molar cufflinks? But seriously, I mean, like, apparently this is the most important thing for Gatsby.
An old friend. What do you say, old sport? It's only tea.
I sympathize with you, Mr. Gatsby.
Call me Jerry, please, and don't answer now. Here's my private number, anytime, day or night.
Gatsby's good at this, by the way. He's like constantly, as soon as like Nick is about to deny or refuse, he interrupts him and like talks more and like tries to convince him, because as soon as Nick says it out loud, the decision essentially is made and likely isn't going to change. But by interrupting him, it's like, well, you haven't chosen yet, you know? And upon seeing that, it's all right, I'm not going to convince him now. Instead, I'll give you my card. Think about it. He's very good at this. This like talking thing and negotiating. Doo-doo.
That war took so much from us. A soldier ought to catch a break, don't you think?
Damn, that is a that's a bit of a low blow. It's just like, yeah, it's like, because I'm sure Nick agrees heavily with that statement, but it's like, but you're asking me to essentially put my cousin in a situation where that'll depend, if it goes the way you're hoping, Gatsby, will lead to her cheating on her husband.
I've done it all for her. Put up each wall for her. But the status quo, just one piece to go. Now she has to know it's all for her.
A beautiful sentiment, but from what I remember in the book, I think they have an affair, but I don't think they end up together by the end of anything. I remember the end of the book being kind of sad, I think, or melancholy. Like, no one was quite happy. No one was, like, dead or anything, but no one was really happy by the end of it. Also, I'm pretty sure today it was Jeremy's last performance of Gatsby, so this is like perfectly... Bro, what is this crazy timing? Watching Gatsby right after Redacted just watched a live performance of it. Like a local performance of it. Watching Gatsby the day Jeremy Jordan's doing their last performance of Gatsby. What is this? The stars aligned like crazy.
How's the view from up there? Got me a hunch, gotta be a good day. Those spectacles clean, keep those eyes wide, 'cause I've seen green. Got a feeling that sometime this morning.
This is Tom. Right, Daisy's husband?
Talking to the creepy billboard again? Forget I asked. That
Is that a thing Tom does? I wish I could see the creepy billboard. What does it look like? I'm imagining a billboard of Tom.
That's the last of the tomato. Okay, well, now what? Don't be so nervous. That shipment comes on Thursday.
After dark.
After dark. You won't even know it happened.
Well, that's good, because I can't have anyone knowing about this.
Oh, we have a smuggling operation here.
I'm running up and up business. Coppers come by and get gas here every day, Neil. And my wife's paying me for
Deep
my
breaths, Mr. Wilson. You keep running your business. I'll keep running mine.
Don't worry, Mr. Wilson. Just do our job. Do your job and I'll do mine. I don't know why I did that accent.
this stock. Little gift for the wife. A few hundred more, and soon this whole place will be in a review. Gonna move her out west, like Ohio, and things will be best.
You want to go to Ohio? Bro. Pick one of the other Midwestern states. I said countries for a second. Also, very ironic that Nick just moved from the Midwest to to New York, and now we have a character here on the East Coast trying to get out of it.
Nice house so dark, be bundled out. I
Never, if I can help it.
Moino, why you gotta be like that?
Tomorrow.
Who's Myrtle? All right, who is this random family that we are just now seeing the life of? The husband, question mark, seems to want to like make their family life better and move out of this place. And Myrtle, Mr. Wilson's wife, okay, who seems unhappy with her current life, which I mean is probably part of the reason why Wilson wants to get out of here.
Or maybe tomorrow we go out. Nice Italian dinner.
That little place with the panna cotta.
And a good Chianti.
And then dancing at the joint around the corner.
Oh, don't go crazy. I'm saving up to get us out of here.
Oh, I can. Sorry about that massive yawn. I could not resist it. But also just based off the last thing right before I paused. So she doesn't see much chance of them getting out of here.
Well, I didn't want to go anyway. And I won't be home till late.
Cut the eyes of contact. See why I gotta.
Or this is how she's, I mean, I guess coping with their situation. While he refuses to spend pretty much anything on, well, at least he refuses to spend much on like having fun because he wants to get them out of there.
Go. The wife's never here. And the business is slow. I'm gonna wish you could stop. Well, the top half at least. We've always been thick as molasses. You cut the eyes of God if God needed glasses.
Beautiful eyes, almost perfect. You just can't use them to see. That's funny. Also, loving this view. It's so anesthetic. I know you corrected yourself, but I'm gonna leave it like that.
Mr. Buchanan, when are you gonna sell me that there car? Well, my man has me waiting on a new Cadillac.
Well, he works pretty slow, don't he?
If you feel that way about it, I better sell it elsewhere. Hey, Nick, you want a car?
I'm a train man myself.
I didn't mean I don't want it.
I'm gonna be late for the. Oh, my Mr. Buchanan.
I mean, do you want it?
What brings you here?
You met the missus.
Well, how can I forget? Where are you off to? Dressed up like you got somewhere to go.
Gosh, you. I'm taking the train to the city to see my sister.
The city. We happen to be out that way ourselves. Why, we'll give you a lift.
Oh, I wouldn't have you be late.
No burden at all. Nick, you don't mind, do you?
Save that train fare for a rainy day, I always say.
I mean, that's cool. Mr. Wilson didn't really want her to go, but I guess that's what's happening.
You see that, Wilson? Saves you the train fare. And hey, that just about squares us for the gas, don't it?
Oh. Well, yeah, I suppose you could do the math that way.
Oh,
Well, he's clearly unhappy about it, especially since he's so close to Nick.
All full.
I'll be by about the car sometime next week, I suppose. Say goodbye to Mr. Wilson, Mrs. Wilson.
Goodbye, Mr. Wilson.
Cousin Nick here thinks we're
Then again, there really isn't that much space in the car.
headed to the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
They've got this Egyptian exhibit that you can actually walk into.
Culture. Oh, my sister Catherine likes culture. Are you married, Nick?
No.
Oh, well, unmarried men can't be trusted.
I imagine your husband was unmarried before you married him.
Exactly.
Oh boy. Wait, are you trying to say that you want to go after married men specifically? I mean, it's kind of the impression I'm getting based off your reaction.
When my husband George proposed to me, I couldn't help but panic. Never in my wildest fantasy did I marry a mechanic. But George, he said, was try and get rich. You'll see, for I am what you call an up-and-comer. And so I gave the boy a chance, Brady would advance. At least he's not a plumber. When I
Man, what's the shade at all these blue-collar jobs? They're very important jobs that pay relatively well. And I mean, cars in this time are getting pretty popular, so like, being a mechanic is not a bad way to like make profits.
Saw him walking down the aisle. He actually looked cute. I couldn't help but crack a smile. He had bought himself a suit. I let him put a ring on me. And gee, he looked so handsome in his bib and tucker. I promised him fidelity for eternity. And boy, was I a sucker.
That's what I was waiting for. Having such like a sweet little moment describing their life, you know, before when they were getting married. And for a second you think, man, she actually seems to like him, or at least I've been a little bit happy about it. But I guess guess she's just somebody that cares a little bit more about the money situation.
Second-hand suit. He had to borrow a suit for our wedding day. His dreams were all awry. Now I live a
I'm so sorry. It wasn't even his suit. I don't want to like shame him for that, but that is very funny.
above a garage.
Marriage is a civilizing institution, but the real trick is to keep your wife in the country and your girl in the city. Your girl?
Oh, it goes both ways. A woman needs to let off steam too, you know.
She does? Well, I'm not taking you to the Met, Nick. You're not? No, we're really headed up to Harlem, to my girl's place.
Oh. Wow. Okay. What? The Roaring 20s was a wild time of just being like, yeah, let's just cheat on our spouses. It's what we do. And none of them seem even like slightly ashamed of it. It's like, yeah, no, this is just how things go.
Who's your... Oh.
Oh, I met Miss W. on a train. He looked just like a lion.
More.
Sitting at the top of the food chain.
Well, that also explains why Mr. Wilson wasn't too happy about the idea of them going together. He probably has suspicions that these two are something. But also, screw these guys. Like, actually screw them. Nick looks so concerned. I mean, of course he does. It's like, you're cheating on my cousin, you know? Like, that's family you're messing with.
I tell you, sparks were flying from the minute that we met. Kiss met. We both knew that it was now or never. On the way to the hotel, in the hotel. You can't live forever. It's bad enough that I was born to live among the lowest on the ladder. I married a that never left the bottom rung. But now it doesn't matter.
I mean, no, not even kind of, this just frustrates me. It's just like, it's a catchy song, but it's literally just them being like, yeah, I mean, sure, I'm cheating on my husband, but he's poor, and I'm too bougie to be poor. So I'm gonna, you know, have a good time with this guy. The audacity to tell your wife's cousin you're cheating, it's crazy. Like, and clearly Nick is like surprised by this. I mean, and they are probably going to be very surprised that he's not like happy about this, because it's just like who cares? This is just how things are in New York. Or like, if somebody told me that, I would kill him on the spot. Nick is so calm. I mean, I don't think Nick is calm. I think Nick just knows that starting a fight here is probably not the best idea.
You make a vow to stick your stick and spin, but then you learn the vow's a bunch of twaddle. If you hate the wreck you're in, screaming as thick and thin, and love for early model.
I hate that. What, the thick was a little too thick for you, and the thin a little too thin for you to stick by him fully? Hate that. And Redika, can you guess what Nick will maybe do next? Well, you know, now that you've asked, I guess I should try to figure something out. I would assume Nick is going to, you know, tell his cousin and or set up the meeting with her and Gatsby through a tea party at his home. Did I say home? Home. At his home. That's just a guess. You know, I'm picking it out of nothing. You know, there's not really much supporting evidence. She really is just like a gold digger, huh? What the? Huh? Wait, that was such a instant change. How did she do that? Okay, I see it. I got it. So, I mean, immediately I knew that she didn't actually put on that dress that she was holding. What she did was tear off the dress that she already had to reveal this under it. The tearaway clothing is so impressive every time I see it. Wait, what was Nick's expression? I want to see him. He's looking at the crowd like he's so concerned. What is Theater Kid just saying? What was the musical that they were playing? Oh, a rehearsal. Got it. Heather's. There you go. That explains it. Now everything you said is totally normal and there's nothing strange about it. Unless you're going to literally blow up a school. In which case, don't do that. Or at least don't tell me you're going to do that. Because then I'll get in trouble. Because I'm pretty sure I've said blow up a school before. And I don't want to go to get punished for that.
Your ball's pulling to the left. It's the wind.
It's your stand.
It's the wind.
It's your stance. Oh, baby Pammy is here.
Pammy, dear, what do you need? Oh, she's so perplexing.
Maybe she's itchy.
I'm guessing that's just a doll. Because it looks like it's just a doll. We don't get to see much of the face, but it feels like it's just a toy that she's holding.
There's more lace there than baby.
There's nothing to be
I feel like that's a very good ratio. And depending on the quality of the lace, it might be very comfortable.
done about that. This is how babies dress.
Oh.
No, it isn't. I mean, I guess back then, sure. But you can dress up your baby however you want. There's no one in control of that, you know? Especially in your own home. Who's gonna notice if you wrap up your baby in like 23 towels? It's just you.
Bridget? I think Pammy needs a new nappy. Thank you.
Man. They really are rich. They just like have a maid to like just on standby to take care of the baby. Oh, she's such a bad parent. Like, I'm sure it's like I know her situation's already rough, but she's actually a bad parent to the point that her baby stops crying the moment. Oh, that's that's actually so sad. I wonder why she's a bad parent. Or maybe it's just that because the baby's being raised by like a nurse, they're more attached to the nurse than they are of this essentially stranger who sometimes holds them. I love how her actress said Jordan Christmas's wish would be to stop the patriarchy. I mean, would it be? Would she even know the word at that time? Maybe. I don't know when the certain modern terminology formed in relation to feminism. But like, interesting.
Show me how it's done?
I'm a married woman. What if someone were to see?
In the ocean? Besides, being married never stopped Tom from doing whatever he pleases.
What is? Are married women not supposed to golf? Are women not supposed to golf? Period. I mean, you say so probably, but a lot of terms are relatively new, like 1960s to 80s, around there. Like, and I mean, a lot of terms are very new when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Where is he again today? A board meeting in the city?
All husbands have affairs, Jordan. And they should. Let them blow off steam so that when they come home, they're ready to be kind and warm to their families.
That is a crazy logic to have. Literally just, it's fine that he cheats because then he's nicer to me. Hey, redacted. Where are we on? They're having a discussion about how it's about her husband that cheats.
What a ringing endorsement for marriage.
You know, you can't choose if you'll marry, only whom. And before you know it, you'll be too old for golf and an advantageous marriage. And then what will you do?
Cruise the Riviera.
Will we have the money to do that? If so, go off.
We have to vote now, Daisy. Our corsets are kindling on the fire. I'm not going to celebrate by marrying anyone, much less your poor cousin.
I'm trying to save you from making the same mistake I made. Poor boys and Nick are now building mansions just across the bay.
What are you going on about?
I mean, she's kind of projecting a lot here, but she's considering she's talking about Gatsby, she's like, well, he was a poor boy when we were together, and then I left him for a relatively rich man, and now Gatsby's even richer than like anyone in the city. Also, Jordan's so modern. I love that she's iconic, wearing pants, playing golf, not married. At the time where women got married young. Yeah. I know the fact that she wears pants is like shocking in this time.
gATSBY. That night when Nick was here, you said his name. You've never said his name before.
But what
She's about to reveal it. She knows Gatsby.
about him?
He's the officer from Louisville.
Before Tom? The one you wrote letters to?
Oh, you know, for a while when the summer began, I thought I was going mad. I'd be up in the night with Pammy and I'd hear the song we used to dance to, drifting across the water.
Oh, he plays the song that they used to. Damn, that is a strong, like, please come. I know you can hear it. I bet he chose where his island, like, his manor is, specifically because he knew where she lived. Which is a little creepy, but also, you can't knock the dedication in this, like, that he's not approaching her without, you know. But then again, I guess he is setting up a situation where he will end up meeting her, so that is still stalkerish. Cool, redacted.
You think gATSBY is playing music just for you?
Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
But he probably is.
I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, you need to call on Gatsby. Or you'll come with me. Chaperone me to one of his parties.
To what end?
To not be trapped here. Tom has affairs.
Why can't I? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I don't agree with that logic. I feel like just because somebody's doing a bad thing doesn't mean that it's okay for you to do a bad thing. Like, generally, I'm pretty solid on that logic. Or I'm pretty... That's a pretty solid belief that I have. But I can see it why you would think that in this case.
Well, why can't you?
For better or worse, for rich or for poor, my husband has delivered on the rich part, but the better I'm not sure. Than to learn my soldier has returned. It's a blessing and a curse. Is it for better or for worse?
I mean, I'd say it's for better considering he didn't die in the war. I mean, just that, it seems like it's a pretty positive position to have. But you have to respect the fact that, at the very least, she sticks by her word. She said her vows, and she's serious about them.
Having to hold till death do us part. So sudden that my soldier had been lost, and with him half my heart. I spoke those words to gain security. It was maybe a mistake, and the only choice to make. And so
Okay, so her explains why her marriage is so rocky. To her, it was she had no other choice situation. It was like either marry him or very, very likely be on the street, because this is a time where, I mean, how many jobs are really afforded to women at this time? Are any? Because I know there was a long period of time where they just weren't allowed to work or own stuff. So, I don't know. Yeah, like, it sucks, but you can see why she made that choice then, because it wasn't much of a choice at all.
I built a home beyond my childhood dreams. I built the perfect place to stay, locked away, for better or worse.
Also, by the way, this musical has not passed the Bechdel test yet. The one about have two women characters in a story have a conversation that does not involve men. They have not passed the test yet. That whole test is kind of dumb if you think about it, because if the female characters are side characters, it's likely that they're going to end up talking about the main characters. If any of them are men, then immediately they fail the test.
Came out east. I learned that it is not what feels the best, it is what will hurt the least. And when I thought that I might start again, I got the
Hi, Kate.
thought out of my head, had a child with him instead.
I mean, I feel like the child by themselves is a pretty good reason why she's like, she doesn't want to cheat. She's like, yes, I know he's bad, but I have a kid to care about, you know? And I want to be there for them, not gallivanting around having an affair.
I had to build a home and make it last, and fill it up with all the reasons not to think about the past. We danced with our soldiers like they were ghosts. We kissed them with unspoken.
I'm loving this music. Her voice is great. The music in the back is so good. Like, it has more of my focus than her voice, to be honest. Even though she's a great singer. Don't get that twisted.
Last goodbyes, so certain of they were gone. We mourned them and then moved on, hoping half a heart's enough to build upon. better or worse. My vows have been made. I'm smart enough to know that I'd lose everything if I ever strayed.
Damn. I mean, yes, you would lose a lot, but I feel like that argument kind of falls apart a little bit purely on the fact that, I mean, Gatsby's so rich. But again, if you're talking about your child, then yes, I fully agree. I feel like if you could get divorced, which I don't even know if that's an option in this time, I genuinely don't know. But even if you can, odds are not high that you keep the child. Honestly, I find it so funny. There's a 1920 movie where a man comes to a man and woman dancing and asks for dance, and the lady says yes, and he's like, not you, him, and some random background man says, boys will be boys. Like, why is the whole scene in literal 1920s more supportive than some people today? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea of the context. There could be 1,000 or none reasons.
All the while, my husband does his fun, and the roles are not reversed. It's for the better and the worse.
Yes, it's very hypocritical. It's like, it's okay for men to do it, but it's not okay for women to do it.
I can't see gATSBY ever. I wouldn't trust myself.
The world is changing, Daisy. If only you...
I mean, you don't trust yourself? I'm pretty sure you had an affair with him in the story, so you were right not to trust yourself with him. And you know, good on you for doing your best to, like, not put yourself in a situation like that until your cousin did.
Let it.
Melody drifting across the bay. A song of a summer from long ago. A chorus that amplifies every last compromise. What good comes from knowing that we survived? What good comes from knowing what he became? To know there's an open door where there wasn't one before.
That must be painful. Having the opportunity to, like, run to your previous love right there in front of, literally in front of you, essentially. That must genuinely hurt quite a bit.
I wonder what he'd do if I walk through.
I mean, he'd sweep you off your feet probably immediately. That's just my guess. All right, what are you guys up to now?
Okay, Nick, you're now inside a secret small apartment up in Sugar Hill.
My sister Myrtle said you were a 10. You're a 4.
Ouch! Nick is not a 4. Like, at least I would say he's like a 5. That's crazy.
When Tom
And that's like lowballing him already at a 5.
and Myrtle got here, they went straight into the bedroom, and they're in there still.
These are the keys they like to watch.
So I'm stuck making small talk while they move a few feet away, smiling and
Wait, so that's crazy. That's actually crazy. and Nick is just here, like, in the apartment while in another room his cousin-in-law, is that what you would describe it as, the husband of your cousin, is having an affair, I would be like, bro, I need to get out of here. Like, maybe he can't afford the train trip, but I have to get out of here.
Strangers who are looking at me like I'm their prey. I close my eyes, but all I see is the glowing face of Daisy Faye.
Mr. McKee has taken 227 photographs of me.
228. I never shoot.
What are these freaks?
I've come here as my palms begin to sweat. I need a dose of culture and I need a cigarette. Oh, they really should have dropped me at the Met.
This actually is kind of like an introvert's worst nightmare. It's like, I was hoping we were gonna go to like a museum, somewhere quiet where we can just enjoy some art, and now I'm here in like this den of debauchery. My cousin's spouses, I call cousins too, but you also like them, so yeah. I guess if they were cheating on your cousin, it'd feel probably bad to call them cousins as well.
Oh, I'm not drinking. I'm not drinking alone.
Wow, my dress. Wow, this crazy
I mean, you aren't alone.
thing. I just slip it on when I don't really care what I look like.
Well, then again, I guess he's drinking. Maybe that'll get him through the day.
The tag's still on it.
I said just for drink, but if I lowball it, I'm guessing this is number 3.
If you lowball it, oh, he is. See, this is peer pressure. If you're in a place like this, even if you don't want to drink, you probably will because everyone else is, and they're like, "Come on, you're harshing the vibe. Get drunk."
All that I can think of is that ill-considered favor GATSBY asked of me.
In the bathroom lighting on an 8.
When I got here, I should have said I wouldn't be staying long. Everyone is flirting now, and they're all coming on too strong. At least the Midwest blessed me with a stellar sense of right and wrong.
I mean, good on you, man. You know, sticking to your morals. But again, having this many people makes you feel like you're the one who's wrong for not accepting their advances.
Mrs. McKee and I have an open relationship. She has sex with other people, and I'm open to it.
Okay. So wait, your thing is that you're a cuck, is what you're saying.
I need a cup of coffee.
Did you just spit in his face? Bro, you need another cup of alcohol. I mean, no, water. You see, you're already getting dragged into the insanity.
As the sun begins to set, they sing ain't we got fun so loud it sounded like a threat. Oh, they really.
I mean, he did end Kate. I'm pretty sure that's the point.
Should have dropped me at
The Met.
gATSBY, the millionaire on Long Island. He's a 5.
Yeah, but would
Man, he's a. What are your standards? What's a 10?
you go to tea with him?
No, but only because tea makes me vomit.
I'd love to do more work on Long Island if I could gain entry.
Ask Myrtle, she'll give you an introduction.
Introduction to what?
Long Island Society. Do a study of your husband. Call it George B. Wilson and Gasoline Pump.
Okay. Not. So they do not have a strong, positive opinion of Long Island. Fair enough. What are you yapping about? They're just yapping. Don't take what they say too seriously. They're drunk.
Disappear and reappear and then they lose each other in the fray.
Do you like polo ponies?
They search for each other and
Oh.
are reunited only a few feet away.
That's my sister!
How many people are here?
There's a flash and I crash over the oversized furniture.
How did that happen?
And all of this is captured by the greedy-eyed photographer. I want to capture your musk.
You can't take a photo of that. I don't think he wants any more photos. But also, my goodness, the photographer he swings each way and every way.
Like a vulture. Here's a night I'll soon regret. She's got another bottle, so this isn't over yet. Oh, they really should have dropped me.
Oh wait, did she not spit at him and it just went, like, did that at? What is that? He did it back, I guess. So, I guess he's into it now, or at least the alcohol has lubricated him enough to be like, sure, whatever, I'll bite back at you.
At the Met.
Don't you treat me that way! Don't you flirt with my sister!
Cool it, Myrtle.
Oh, did you get to Daisy, huh?
You don't make it Daisy.
Why not? You take shots at George every
Bro, are you mad that he's flirting with somebody else? Your sister, apparently? He's already here cheating on his wife with you. It's like, oh, I can't believe the person that is cheating with me is cheating on me too. It's almost like he's already a liar.
chance you can get, but Daisy's off limits!
I warn you, Myrtle.
Oh, Daisy, Daisy, Daisy! I'll take it whenever I want! Daisy, Daisy!
Oh, and then the music goes. Well, the party's over. Local scumbag turns out to be a scumbag. Crazy. Shocking.
You broke my nose!
My gosh. What? He hit you that hard?
You broke my nose! You broke my sister's nose!
Come on, it was an accident. Myrtle.
No, don't you touch her!
You literally... An accident? You went for the strike, man.
Don't touch me! You touch me, I swear I'll call the cops! My sister has the worst taste in men! The
Clearly.
worst taste!
If I wondered whether time.
My gosh. It's at least nice that everybody else was immediately like, no, you can't do that. Get out of here. Like, how dare you?
An asshole. Tom's an asshole.
Yeah.
He removed all doubt.
It's your sister, like it is.
And GATSBY's
Now you,
opposition
now you know.
is the only thing my spinning mind can think about.
Don't make an important decision while you're this drunk, man. I don't know if you can even walk right now.
Just sink in a sofa as the night grows more dim. God, what a coward! Should have torn the bastard limb from limb.
I mean, I don't disagree. I think you should have done something like that. Probably wouldn't have been the smartest decision, though. I'm just like, to be blunt. We live in a civilized society, and one that does not like self-defense or too much. I mean, yeah, you're allowed to, but he's rich. So if a self-defense case might not go so well for you. At least there's some lines even most of them won't cross. Yeah, and abuse is thankfully one of them. Cheating, an abuse of emotion, that's all right. But actually hurting somebody, no. Although I'm sure they like hurting each other consensually.
But maybe there's another way that I can still get back at him. Excuse me.
I love that he's so polite. He's like, I'm sorry, I have to go. It's like, oh.
Yes, please connect me with gATSBY.
Is that really how phone calls just worked back then? I do know that they had like people that connect you to other people. Like that was a job that specifically they had to do. But could you just call up and then just say a name and be like, "Hey, connect me to this person"? It's just like, sure. Not even gonna ask. I guess they don't really. It's not really up to. Not it. It's not really their job to know why you're calling or if you have the right to call this person. But I feel like for famous people, that's a problem. It's just like you pick up your phone. It's like, "Hey, call the president." Like, I mean, I'm sure they had like a thing to prevent that, but still.
I have waited 5 years, and today is the day. I have spared no expense, all that stands in my way.
Is Daisy even gonna be here?
Tiny little cottage with a tiny little table filled with tiny finger sandwiches. I am not okay. Oh, please, hurry, hurry.
I love the acknowledgement of, yeah, this is not great for me, but still, let's go.
4 hours left, and there's too much to do. I don't know what to wear, what to say, how to stand when she's standing inside the foyer of a tiny little bedroom with a tiny little table with tiny finger sandwiches. Drown me in the bay, Mr. Gatsby.
You'll be fine, man. Just be normal about this, and everything is gonna be okay.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Today's a day.
I mean, yeah, it is. But honestly, the more normal you are about this, the more likely things are to go well.
Is everything all right? The grass looks fine. If there's what grass? What grass? Oh, the grass on the ground. Yes, it looks very good.
What grass? Oh, the grass on the ground is crazy funny. He's actually freaking out. He's like, to the point that even making simple connections like that is not, he's too focused on making everything look perfect.
Do you have everything you need in the shape of tea? Well, I picked up a couple lemon cakes at things. That what? It's a delicatessen. I hope that's okay. No, of course they're fine. Old sport. The paper says the rain should pass by. Huh. Quick summer storm. Hey, maybe there'll be a rainbow. This is an
Uh-oh, that's a bad sign.
we need to cancel the whole thing.
No, Gatsby. No. Oh, he's too anxious. He's like, the first sign of something going wrong, he's like, nope, get out of here. We're done. We can't do this. He's gonna have a heart attack, man.
It is tea, it's only tea. No need for such commotion. Soon you'll be laughing, reminiscing. You'll see it is tea. It's only tea.
I'm gonna walk into the ocean. What?
No, you're gonna go and
No. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what. Why do I cough every time I laugh so like hard? That is that response of, "Don't worry, it's just tea. I'm going to walk into the ocean." He is. Oh, I love Gatsby so much. He's a dork, an adorable, like, in love dork. But you got this, man. Just be chill. You know? I feel like he would probably do very well if he had a squip. He's so real, TPH. I don't think I've ever been this anxious about anything. But we'll figure something out, man. Just take a deep breath. Just deeper. Keep taking it. And right as you're about to pass out, then let it go.
Your feet up and leave it all to me. Right. Well, of course you're right. Now just go get changed. And, well, I didn't want to be a bother, and I didn't know the exact plan, so I picked up a few tea things. I'll bring those on by. Now add some strawberry.
It's a whole. It's gonna be a whole massive like table of food, isn't it?
Remember,
The way he's like, all right, guys, he's gone. Get out of here. Get back here. The whole, and an entire team of people crawl out of the woodwork. It's just like, all right, let's get back to work. That's so funny. I mean, there is the slight mistake that you're going too hard on this. The whole point is to make it seem like a coincidence. Oh, we just happened to be here at the same time. I invited my cousin over, and then while I was here, Gatsby happened to visit because, we're chill like that. In some shrubbery, good God. We are watching The Great Gatsby, the musical. Please lie down, man. You are... I don't feel like you can make any decisions in your current state. Actually, this blurred image of you, this feels like a very like a perfect example of how you're feeling. So, honestly, just hold your breath until you pass out. That might be better for you. It's only tea. Are these all like different? Oh my gosh. You're even deciding exactly what's the shape of the teapot that you're going to use? What's the difference between these two? At this point, you're going to pass out the second you see her. Unironically, that would be a hilarious way for the meeting to go. Like, all right, everything's perfectly planned. Walks in, sees her. Oh. And then she's like, it's like, I guess I'll leave.
Perfectly tailored.
Pink suit looks good.
I told him to keep it casual. There's only tea, after all. No need for anything fancy. No. I thought you said
You can't even compliment him. But I'm sure he meant it in the very normal, perfectly tailored, but as in like something you would of course you'd be wearing this, like totally normal.
couple of things. Yes, just a few. Have you been inside the cottage? It's tea, it's only tea.
Oh gosh, I don't think even the tables are gonna fit inside the cottage. It's like yeah, it's a bit small, but you should have like around 1,000 rooms, right? That's generally how many like a house has. I'm assuming he's so rich he hasn't thought about like a normal building in like forever. I remember reading The Great Gatsby, and I knew how, and I remember this scene where Gatsby was clearly like, very concerned and stuff, but I'm pretty sure that because of the story is told in a more like separate manner, kind of like it's a retelling of what's happening. We don't get this like very personal view of, oh my gosh, he's actually falling apart right now. But here in the musical, here's the personal view of him being like, ran away. He literally actually ran away.
Is this absolutely where you live, dearest one? It's positively
Botanical.
Yeah, it is.
I told Jordan when you invited us that you must be in love. No single man hosts a tea unless he's in love. Are you in love with me, Nick?
No, you're my cousin. This was way better than I remember the book being. I hated the book, although we were required to read it. Did you notice the JG on the uniform of the staff? I did, yes. What does it mean? Should I know what it means already? Oh, can you guys not hear the musical? I mean, you should be, right?
Isn't everybody? Let me show you in
A great response. But also, yeah, no, on my end, it's showing that the music is playing normally.
inside. Yes.
All right, give him a moment. It's like, I'll actually I have to do something real tiny quick. Just give me a second. Just a split second. Jay, what are you doing? So people on YouTube can hear it. Meowish can hear it. It's just a you problem, Theater Kid. I'm sorry to say.
Jay, what the hell are you doing? This is a mistake. A terrible, terrible mistake. I have to leave. No, you can't leave. It will look like I did all of this for Jordan.
Nick Carraway! Oh, you're acting like a little boy. You don't invite a young lady to...
Hi. I mean, you doing all this for Jordan wouldn't be the worst thing. I don't think she'd appreciate it, but it wouldn't be the worst ending. Hi.
This is Buchanan. This is my neighbor.
I certainly am awfully glad to see you again.
You know, I consider myself to be self-sufficient, but
Whoa.
Yeah, it's just gATSBY, guys. Don't worry about it. Just chill. Just be chill.
We have met before.
We haven't met for many years.
5 years in October.
Oh my gosh, she's been keeping track. I mean, only 5 years. Actually, I mean, that's still that's a very long time. I kind of thought it was going to be more, but it makes sense that it's not, right? Like, when you think about it. He doesn't look like he's breathing. I mean, he might not be. He's like frozen stiff. I'm assuming you're talking about gATSBY.
So stands
That heat wave.
the willow tree.
I didn't know if you'd remember.
Oh, they both remember it so well.
Let's go in before we're drenched. There's tea and things.
what were you
Hi, Jordan.
thinking?
Tom is having an affair.
You say that like it's news.
Wait, you knew?
Everyone knew.
Does Daisy?
She's not a fool. Speaking of, whose idea was this?
Jay's. Have we done something horrible?
I don't know.
It is not just the affair. Tom is positively brutal.
I know.
A man shouldn't be like that with any woman.
I know.
He doesn't deserve Daisy.
I know.
Listen, Jay. We're all on the same page. You are the one catching up. Now, did you do the right thing with that, knowledge that you now have? Debatable. I don't think you did a bad thing, to be honest with you.
So,
So, you're assisting an affair.
what do you care?
She sounded so proud of him. He's just like, all right, you're not too straight-laced. Okay. Oh, that's awesome, Theater Kid.
You don't even like marriage.
Now, marriage is a lovely Meanwhile, there's nothing she can do about your affairs.
Okay, there we go. I was wondering, like, about the situation when it comes to marriage in this time. And yeah, it's pretty bad. Essentially, this is the time where things don't belong to you, right? It all belongs to the husband. Which explains why she can't really divorce him or anything. I'm not even sure she has the option to divorce him. I'm talking about Daisy and Tom. So, and she has a child. If she didn't have a child, it probably would be worth it. He's like, fine, I'll lose this money. I'll be with Jay, who has even more money. But she does have a child. And though it seems like her relationship with her child is not the best, it still is like, you know, she's a mother who of course loves her child. Wasn't the divorce popular in this time? Yes. But clearly it's probably more of a men divorcing their wives than wives divorcing their husbands. I mean, I'm sure the latter happened, but this is clearly more of the former. Although I think the latter happened in this case as well because, you know, this was a time where women were suddenly allowed to, well, allowed is the wrong word. Morality, I mean, relative morality of their time had fallen low enough that a woman, like, doing things that were not socially acceptable was kind of socially acceptable. I thought you could divorce if you can prove adultery, which clearly everyone knows is happening. I mean, clearly I'm not an expert in the 1920s. Plus, she wouldn't have any... I know the money wouldn't matter if she goes with Gatsby, but her child would. I think the child is really the thing that matters here. She has a baby that I don't think she even wants to risk losing.
I see now why you're against marriage.
Thank you.
He really was quite in love with her.
I know. Daisy stopped dating altogether after he left. That's when we became close. Till Tom swooped in.
What do you think they're saying in there?
I imagine he's ripping her bodice.
I mean, I imagine that they are probably falling in love while Daisy's trying really hard to not fall back in love with him, but she never stopped being in love with him, so it's not working. That's how I imagine things are going. Will I be proved right or wrong? I mean, we'll see. My guesses have been pretty good so far. If she ends up running out of there with, like, tears in her eyes, I'll be very upset.
I think he's saying, I was drawn in by your looks, but I fell in love with your mind.
And she's saying, I would have loved you even if you had remained a penniless dreamer.
I always knew you were more than just a simpering debutante.
The willow tree!
These two dorks.
The fireworks.
I've never been in love like that.
Yeah, me neither.
I saw the way you looked at her. Come on. Nick was a bit too much into the role.
I mean, I hope to someday be.
Me too.
Oh,
Oh, look, it stopped raining.
See, there you go. Right? And I love them, but I'm pretty sure they don't end up together by the end of the musical. Like, I'm pretty sure they don't. But I kind of want to hope they make a little change in here that they do end up together. But But the story of The Great Gatsby is overall a very melancholic one, so I could see if they don't end up together. If they didn't get together, this would be a gay lesbian solidarity moment. Who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, I think I see a rainbow.
Daisy knows what happened. She's like, oh, wait, are they actually kind of interested in one another?
What do you think of that, Daisy? It stopped raining.
I'm glad, Jay.
The dark clouds have gone away.
I would like to invite you all over to my house. I would love to show Daisy around.
Oh, that huge place there?
Oh, you always said you wanted a castle, didn't you? I saw this one in Normandy and I had it replicated here, brick by brick.
Wait, he doesn't live in a manor. He lives in a castle? That's crazy. My goodness. They're cute together, but I also don't see it working. I mean, from what I remember in the story, that was the case. Like, they liked each other. They got along very well. But they were ultimately too different, you know? What they wanted out of life was too different. So, and I just remember finding it kind of sad that two people who clearly, you know, did like the other, potentially even love the other, but they just don't end up together. What is that? The hell is he involved in that he has this much money? Oh, I'm pretty sure he's mafia. I'm like fairly certain he's mafia.
Oh, it's something out of a dream. Oh my goodness.
And now here's where you say we should both stay behind.
Really? What am I thinking now since you're reading my mind?
I think you're wishing you and I were somehow out in Minnesota, so I could finally kiss you.
Nothing of the kind.
Is that? Oh, really? Then what is in your mind?
I'm glad we're in New York. So I can kiss you.
I love that for them. Also, the camera moved away from them, and it looks like for a second it looked like he just fell down to the ground. I mean, I would have too. Good for them. Wow, that's big praise, Meowish.
Do you like it?
I love it. I don't see how you live here all alone.
Oh, I keep it always full of interesting people, night and day. Celebrated people.
I mean, it must be very lonely when you aren't having a party, you know?
Who am I kidding? It's terribly lonely.
Oh.
It's hard not to
I mean, of course it is. You don't even go to your parties. You just stay by yourself upstairs.
hate you for all of this, Jay.
What do you mean?
You went off to war, and you never told me you survived it.
I wrote to you.
Not that I ever received.
Your father made his opinion of my intentions quite clear.
You believe he destroyed your letters?
Poor boy.
That's awful. So it wasn't only that she, like, moved on from him while he was, like, deployed. It was literally her father destroyed the letters. That's crazy. Screw your dad. Whoever he is, screw him. He's... I can't... Really, literally got in the way of what would have been a very happy marriage, I think.
Boys should never think of marrying rich girls.
My father always knew the man he wanted me to marry.
Well, let him see me now.
If I had known to keep waiting.
See ya, Malish.
If we could just be starting out now.
We can. We are. Let's celebrate. I have champagne.
Oh, I don't. Well, why not?
Yeah, like, go ahead, man. You're in the side of New York where all the like social taboos are a little less taboo and a little more party.
You're not going to have me drink alone, are you?
Oh, I didn't. I forgot.
He has like such a one-track mind, and his mind is just Daisy. I like that thing.
I'm sorry, Daisy. You have no idea how incredibly sorry I am that I ever disappointed you. You have been the one thing in my life that has kept me going. I've imagined you 1,000.
It must be wild to Daisy to know how important she is in like Jay's life, considering how little she matters to Tom.
Times here in this room, just as you are right now. It's hard to believe you're really here. You are, though.
Am I?
But will she stay?
There is something I need to show you.
Oh man, he's about to show her something crazy. Oh, Theater Kid, I got you. Your name is Theater Kid. All lowercase. That should help. And all one word, also.
Look out this way. Can you see the green light just cross the bay? Sometimes it's winking, sometimes it's warning, blinking its message to me until morning. It's a lighthouse, it's a signal flare. Stay back, come quick.
So wait, what is the light? The light that you're like, that's in the darkness, in the distance, I should say, is from the signal flare of a lighthouse? Okay. But what does it represent to you, huh?
Move on, stay there. Only we know what we're going through. If I save you, will you save me too?
Does Jay know that she has a child right now? Does he know that? Because of course he knows that he's asking her to like leave her husband for him. But
Can you see through the mist? Look, across the plain.
the awkward laugh before he like transitions, he just keeps getting lost in her, and he's just like, all right, no, I gotta lock in, and I gotta convince her rather than just admire her.
Can you see the green light? It's yours, Daisy Fair.
That's my dog.
It is why I bought this land and built the balcony facing just this way. I never
That's what I thought, and that is kind of creepy, but we'll ignore that.
wavered, Daisy. I have been building toward this moment ever since we last met.
I thought you disappeared when you were gone. Bury you in my heart, but as I moved on,
I mean, and you were right. Who knows how different the world would have been had you taken that message from the very first night. So far, this seems like a song where they're like, yeah, let's do it. But I'm wondering when the turning point is going to come of them being like, okay, but I can't actually, leave my husband for you. I can't do that. Her earring like shined red right there. I don't think that was intentional though. Very appropriate considering the context of the song.
Honestly, Jay, I think you might have more clothes than I do.
I have a man in England
They've ended up in his room. Things are progressing.
who buys them for me. He sends over a selection of things at the beginning of each season. Spring.
Damn, he does have a lot of a whole wall of clothing.
Summer. Oh, fall!
Jay!
He's never seemed happier.
They're such beautiful shirts. It makes me sad because I've never seen such beautiful shirts before.
Is that what she was gonna say? Because like the pause implied that she was gonna say something else. Like it's sad because what? What else would have fit there? Because I've never seen them before, or
I thought you disappeared.
yeah.
Thought you were gone.
Carry you in my heart as I carry on.
Buried you in my heart, but as I moved on.
I had this feeling as I was falling. The sound across the bay was the sound of you calling.
You're a lighthouse, you're a signal flare.
Oh, wait. I love that paralleling that they're doing there. It's like, yeah, I had the light, which was, your balcony. But then my music was kind of like the lighthouse for you. Oh, I hadn't even thought about that, but that's a great mirror, considering that they're both in love still with one another.
Love and danger everywhere. Only we know what we've both been through.
We said you will save me too.
Save me too. Save me.
And we end the Act 1 with an affair. That's beautiful. Wait. Pause. Give me a moment. Oh, man. That was the end of Act 1. And, man, we... I guess I have a lot to say, because this reaction has been going considerably longer than normal. I mean, only like 20-ish minutes longer than normal. But as always, it's intermission time, so I'll be right back. You guys can chat away while I go refill my water. Apparently I went through most of it already. Let my throat rest a little bit. It's starting to hurt a bit. We'll see how I'm feeling in a minute. Go to the bathroom. You guys do the same. Get a snack maybe. I don't know if you want. So, I'll see you in a second. All right, I am back. Let's turn off that background music. People chatted like crazy. Make a poll. For what? I do not get involved in shipping Discord, Theater Kid. It's more dangerous than politics. All right. My throat's a tiny bit sore still. It's better after like a little bit of moment of like silence. But let us continue our reaction.
Everybody's kind of been shady. It's fine, it's no big deal. Everybody's kind of been shady. The world keeps turning, don't you grease the wheel. Promise you can have it all.
Is this really the like mentality people have in this time? It's just everyone's cheating, it's okay. But then again, it's also they just said you can have it all, which is the mentality that, you know, really screwed people over as soon as the Great Depression happened.
Hang where the shadows fall. Keep your head down, son, keep staying in line. And everything's fine. It's been hard to get away. Daisy's been visiting a sick aunt, so I've had to be home for bedtimes with Pammy. Anyway, I missed you, doll.
A sufficiently valuable gift is all it takes, huh?
You did it.
Forgive me.
Yes, yes. Mwah.
Her nose is still like injured, by the way.
Mwah.
We all need a distraction. We all need a hobby. We also need another exit that doesn't go through the lobby. We enjoy our curriculum, but it's rarely ever all we eat. What goes on the sandwich to me, your company.
I told
All right. So you have that one cheating couple. Now who are these?
Daisy I'm playing golf.
I mean, they're not cheating. They're just having a relationship that is not official, I think. I don't know if they are official or not.
Call it sick at the office.
Everybody's a tiny bit shady. It's fine, it's no big deal.
Everybody's been tiny bit shady. And of course, the logic. Everyone's has a little couple secrets. It's okay to have a few more that are kind of big for you. Everything is fine. Let's just keep pretending everything is okay and nothing is bad. It's all right.
I should go. A sick aunt can only be sick for so long.
Oh, kill her off and stay for the funeral.
Jay.
I mean, if you kill off the aunt, you know, he might feel like he has to come visit. He's like, all right, I guess I have to join for the funeral. At least pay my respects. And also, if you kill her off, you can't use her in the future. Just be like, I killed her off, and then a week later, Tom, you won't believe it. She's come back to life. It's a miracle. I gotta go visit it. I never trust you, Theater Kid. I don't know what you're saying that is getting Twitch against you.
I miss my Pammy.
All right, come back this weekend. I'll throw a party.
A married woman can't just go to parties without her husband.
Bring it.
Do you have a death wish? Besides, I don't want to share you with a room full of people.
I don't want to share you at all. I just want to.
I mean, if you bring your husband, he's definitely gonna discover that you're cheating. Like, that's inevitable, right?
Dance you across the floor and make everyone else jealous, just like at the officers' ball.
When we lost my dance card.
Ah, I still remember the dress you wore that night like it was yesterday.
I still have it somewhere.
Wear it.
They're having a great time. At the very least, you can say that.
Absolutely forced to take matters into your own hands.
What do you mean by that? Wait, what did you mean by that? Like, don't look into any secrets or until you have to?
Bronx is feeling better?
Oh, worse than ever. I'm meaning to go again for a few days after the weekend. Speaking of, Nick and Jordan are going to Mr. GATSBY's party on Saturday night. I told them we'd come along.
That fella in West Egg? Half thought he moved. It's been so peaceful these past weeks. Phone for you.
You know what? That's probably... I imagine that Gatsby hasn't been having parties, so... Yeah, that's a pretty reasonable assumption to make. He's like... that man who has been having parties literally every day for, like, the past year suddenly stops having parties. I guess he moved out. He's like, oh, no, he's still there. We got invited.
Mrs. Buchanan?
Does she eat even like a bite of that food? Is that food even real? Or does it just look raw?
What are you doing turning my man away?
I don't want trouble here. Just if the crates don't get picked up after 2 weeks, Tree, I only got one garage and I can't even step
The
inside.
crates will be gone tomorrow. God damn it, Gatsby!
Uh-oh, has Gatsby not been doing his job? He's been having too much of a nice time that he hasn't been catching up with his responsibilities, so we should say. But okay, this is pretty much guaranteeing Gatsby is mafia. He's a mafioso. This is probably one of his bosses, or his boss, like the boss.
I watch my best friends not get laid. Time to go tell Romeo to toe the line. And
That's Wolfshine the High Roller. I guess that's the boss.
Well, come on. What's taking so long?
these boots! God, I forgot how awful they are. Good, is this all really?
Yeah, the second I saw that dude's outfit, I figured he was mafia. I mean, it's a pretty reasonable conclusion to make. He essentially, I mean, most people associate like fancy suits and cigars with the mafia.
Necessary for a party, Jay?
Yes, yes. Daisy needs to be transported from the music to the decor to the uniforms. She talks about those nights before the war like it was some romp, like she's forgotten what it felt like. We used to talk all night, and now she's always leaving, tending to this other life.
Okay, well, I wouldn't be too hard on her, Jay. You can't.
I mean, yeah, she has a baby. Like, she has a kid. That's not nothing.
Repeat the past.
Can't repeat the past. Why, of course you can.
I just don't want you to be disappointed.
Meeting Daisy was a colossal accident. I was a penniless soldier, and it was only the uniform on my back that allowed me the right to touch her hand, and I should have never let go. When you have the person you love in your arms, you have to fight for them. Do you understand?
I mean, yes, sure. We're not disagreeing on that. We're just saying that the past is the past, and you can't repeat it, or at least it won't be perfect. It won't ever be perfect.
Certainly. Do you? What are you doing about things with Jordan?
Hey, I don't know. I'm just seeing where things take us.
What is your situation with Jordan, huh?
That
Yeah, see that expression? He's like, yeah, see, you don't get what I'm talking about then.
with the orchestra or the live lobster. You do not want to live in regret, old sport. Jordan, are you alive in there?
I'm not coming out like this.
Now, come on, be a good sport, old sport.
He like cringed at that. He's like, ooh.
Well. Lieutenant Caraway, I hope you don't forget me when you ship off.
How could I forget you, Miss Baker? A vision in lace, looking like.
I love these dorks. Is this just what they do? They just like become characters and like chat at each other.
A real doily. Debutante.
I'm changing.
Wait, don't go. No. It would break my heart to return from battle only to discover you've gone and gotten married. Confirmed bachelor, no more.
Well, you ought to marry me before I second guess it.
I don't think she's interested in that. Or is she? Have you guys had a like actual sit down conversation about what do you really want out of this relationship?
It be 1917. Have we stepped inside a time machine?
Something out of H.G. Wells or another one of Gatsby's spells.
I think I see stars aligning.
Or my standards are declining.
You're learning to spot what you need. When to follow and when to
Keep following.
go.
I love the way she spins it around on him. She's not gonna just accept, you know, the traditional route. Even if they did get married, I don't think it'd be a normal marriage. I don't know. I just love Jordan and Nick. I don't care about all the other stuff. I mean, I agree with you, Malish. I don't know about anyone else, but I agree.
Holding you is like clinging to a cloud.
Watch it.
I have to hold tight or you might fly away.
You know I can't help that I rise above the crowd.
And I wouldn't want it any other way.
So you better.
Oh, see, they're just cute together, and like in moments like this, they match each other's energy pretty well. In fact, to the point in actually that, I mean, if I hadn't known from the story that they don't end up together, like the book, or like they don't really end up together, I would have assumed at this point, yeah, no, they're perfect for each other. But I'm wondering, I mean, it would be really nice if they changed it for the musical, you know, they do end up together. But would they do that? Musicals don't shy away from like a sad ending. And two people going their separate ways is not the saddest ending they've done. That's fair, and Kate.
Hold tight or I might fly away.
Now, what would make a debutante like yourself want to marry a poor soldier like me?
Would you let me go to parties and drink and flirt with whoever I want?
Would you let me come along?
Would you let me play golf?
Would you let me not play golf?
See, it sounds like that. Again, it sounds like they're perfect.
Never thought you were my style. Don't leave me dizzy for a while.
Maybe it's the uniform.
Maybe it's the dress I've never worn. You just might be my undoing. I admit there's something brewing. What we do might be taboo. But I like that look on you.
See what I'm saying? It's like, even their lifestyles, they're being like, yeah, you know, that I'm chill with that. Good luck, theater kid.
I could never afford a second chance. Better make my advance before the last dance starts to play.
Well, let's do it then. Let's get married.
Wait, is this foreplay or?
No.
Is this foreplay is crazy. I mean, I guess it implies that that's their kind of foreplay. But let's go. And I mean, of course, if they do get married, it would be her being like, let's do it, rather than him. Oh, I love that. Oh, my cheeks. Whew.
I'm proposing. Will you marry me, Nick Carraway?
You better hold tight.
You better hold tight.
I love that. Turning it around and being like, now you hold tight to me.
We better hold tight before this flies away.
I'm so happy for them.
Yeah, don't get used to it. Flies away.
I mean, to be honest, Jordan looks great in whatever she wears. I mean, her proposing to him was crazy back then. I mean, yeah, I know. I mean, it's even in modern days, it's like not normal. Like, it's not an insane idea, and it does happen, but it's like not. But even now, it's like not the norm. Do 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 do.
Mr. Gatsby.
Don't mind us. We're getting married and you're like a. Where are we actually?
Stop raining. Oh, yeah. Weather's really looking up.
Ah, the smile. The glowing smile.
Well, that's just fine, isn't it? Well, go have fun.
You know, Daisy is happier than I've ever seen her.
Oh.
It's going to be a great party.
Have you ever heard of Murphy? Murphy's Law? He's a great kid, but has a tendency of making everything that can go wrong go wrong. Why would you say? Oh my gosh. This party's gonna go so badly. You know it is.
It was under a willow tree 5 years ago in the river. I danced with Daisy in my arms, and time stood still. It was clear she had her pick of any man in uniform.
I mean, I know you want to recreate this moment, but that's just not gonna happen, right? Like to be blunt, almost certainly things are gonna go wrong, and the perfect night, recreating that magical moment all those years ago, it just won't be that magical, you know?
She kissed
and swore she'd never stray. But then the world got in the way. Fought a war, returned to sea. Another fight in front of me. And now I must remind her of the
I like your suit. If I had like that design but like less shiny, I'd probably wear it.
love we left behind. Her words that night, the vow she said back then, I'll help her say again. One party left to throw, and how could she say no?
I mean, I'm with Nick. He's gonna be disappointed, you know? Like it won't be as nice and it won't be as perfect. And I genuinely I don't think she'll give up her family for him, you know? Not Tom. I don't think she cares about Tom, but her child, her baby, you know? That's a big thing. I mean, children are like newborns are actually quite small, but that's not the point. It's very like that's a massive sacrifice to make. Don't think I forgot that theory, Reddit. I've said so many theories. Which one?
We'll go back to that kiss, to that row of willow trees. All the years that we miss will blow away with the breeze. They say you can't relive the past, but you know what I see.
Oh, Gatsby being Clyde's dad? Let's keep that in mind.
Finally, the past is catching up to me. He lives.
Catching up to you. I mean, that's very funny that you said it right before the other guy appeared. Because, yeah, the good and the bad is going to catch up to you, man.
Wolf shot. Yeah, I know. I've let you down. The driver got in a wreck.
It's not just one driver. It's not just tomatoes sticking up a gas station in Queens. It's cucumbers in Brighton, lettuce in Iceland, lemons in Crown Heights.
We will get it all taken
You
care
will
of.
get it taken care of. You.
Yes, tomorrow. Tonight is about Daisy. Oh, you must understand. I am this.
We are sharks, Gatsby. We stop moving, we're dead. You keep slowing me down, I can make the whole mirage disappear.
Oh. Yeah, all this money that you have, you know, will suddenly stop flowing if you're not doing your job right. Dang. Is Gatsby really gonna stay at the party when he has like a lot of work that he has to like fix up and do now immediately?
I'd like to see a trial, sport.
I hope
You really should not have said that.
she's worth it.
Some will shudder at what I've done, or say that I've crossed the line. I tell you, every lavish night was by design. How to become the man her world demanded me to be, with only an echo to my name. I bet it all to get in the game.
Okay, so I mean, that's not a smart thing to do. I'm gonna be blunt. I'm gonna be blunt with you here, Gatsby. Like, why did you let? I mean, I know you were very happy and you were living it up with Daisy, but you couldn't. But this is your source of money. You can't just let it dry up. Or very quickly, the parties and the lifestyle and everything will dry up. Like, I know to him, to Jay Gatsby here, it's all worth it. It's all worth it. Because the whole point that he even did, like, went this far, did this job, did everything he has, is just to be with Daisy. So sacrificing it to relive that night of like love is, excuse me, is more than worth it. But are you even thinking of the aftermath? The consequences? If you want to be with her, you're going to have to keep this lifestyle up. What are you talking about, Theater Kid? Why did you drop an entire paragraph of yapping?
No time to love her, just to be worthy of her. And all the years have passed us by, one memory survives. She could see it too, I see it through my eyes. Go back to that kiss, to that.
This is going to be a disaster. I'm seeing like literally all the pieces of this puzzle building up for an absolute tragedy. I mean, is it catching up, or you're trying to dig it up, drag it into the present, kicking and screaming, and it will be screaming. That's a very real statement. I feel like we said it before. You know, money can't buy happiness, but I'd rather be sad in like a like a Bugatti, wiping my tears with $100 bills, than poor and sad. Wait, actually, you're so right, Theater Kid. Money can buy theater tickets, and that's happiness. I hadn't thought about it that way. Money can buy some level of happiness then. I love this, like, curtain of, like, gems, essentially. Finally, the past. Woo! That's powerful. Also, we do have a channel for that in case the media general. Ham. Woo! He's hyped it up so much that the fall is gonna be devastating, man. I'm so real. It's gonna be so sad. I'm just like bracing for it.
I've never seen anything so charming.
What do you call this place a mansion?
Oh, I think it's beautiful. It's lit up like...
And we just transitioned to them having a great party. Oh, and Tom finally is here for the first time. That won't go well at all.
like a World's Fair.
Nick, Lord, welcome, welcome. Introduce me to your friends.
Keeping up this act that we're meeting for the first time. All right, sure, whatever you say.
Well, you know Jordan, and this is Tom Buchanan, my cousin by marriage, and this is my cousin Daisy Buchanan. nonetheless, it's so good of you to finally drop by.
Ah. Man, you're really making him stick out by having all the veterans here. And having them all dress up in their, like, uniform to, once again, reenact the fact that that other dance happened while they were in uniform.
Well, we can hear your parties all the way over in East Egg, so it's almost like we're here every weekend.
Yes. Yes, well, sound does travel over the sound.
Over the water? He's just generally an awkward guy, I think.
Albie, is that my dock?
Couldn't tell you, sport. Now, you must forgive me. I've got to kick this party off, grab a drink, and enjoy.
It is. He. Don't worry about it, man, but he intentionally chose this place because it's like, you know, across from your home.
Man doesn't drift coolly out of nowhere and build a palace on the Long Island Sound. And where does this Gatsby come from? The swamps of Louisiana? Lower East Side?
The man is not from nowhere. He went to Oxford.
Oxford, New Mexico. I mean, what is this mountain supposed to be? Grecian?
By the way, I will say, he's old money, right? I don't know if it's been fully established in this musical, but he's old money. And clearly looking down on Gatsby for being new money. But his points do stand. Where's he getting all the money? How did he get all this money? Because that is a big question.
You have to turn your house into a pigsty to have any friends in the modern world.
If I didn't know any better, Tom, I'd say you're jealous.
Jealous of what?
Everything Mr. Gatsby has that you don't.
Welcome, welcome. And
Daisy, I love your sass, but I fear this man. I don't know. I think he might actually just hit you. Oh, it was an awkward pun. A sound is a body of water. I see. I'm sorry, like my brain like took in that pun, really let it stew for a second, and then I love puns, man. What can I say?
1917, the night before I shipped out, the Ladies' Aid Society near Camp Taylor threw the best damn party I've ever attended. The songs Gilda Gray sang that night, well, they kept me going through the war and beyond. And tonight, she's back. Gilda Gray!
Do 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 do.
They call your name, say that it ain't so. Your face is brave, but maybe I hate to see you.
Man, he's going even more all out in this party than he does in his normal ones.
Before you break your boots and march on the seas.
See ya, theater kid.
Come on, soldier, break your boots and I hear let your lips go like you da-dee-da.
Woo!
My hips go like you da-dee. Revelry before the revelry on our neck.
Man, these mufflers on the music things are very effective, it seems, because you can just lift them in as soon as you're actually going to play your instrument. Is that how you get the effect of it like ending quickly and then starting again? That's cool. Sorry, I'm just it's just the camera has her in like full focus, so I'm like, sure, I'll pay attention. Also, this is a crazy headpiece. I'm guessing this is just what, I don't know, singers of this time like wore, but it's like it's wild. Kind of makes me think of like a, is it a cockatoo? That doesn't sound right. It might be a cockatoo. No, I don't think it is. No, I'm thinking about something completely different. What am I thinking about? I can't. How can people hate jazz? I know. It's so good. I love jazz, genuinely. A peacock. There we go. That's the animal I was thinking of. Reminds me of a peacock's tail. Actually, oh wait, I want to see something about their like salute. Oh, pretty much all of them are doing it right. A couple are doing it a little off. Of going for. Apparently, it's very specific. You know, you go here, like touch the head, but like at the point, which is actually, you know, it's interesting that they have it pretty accurate because the people who didn't serve have gone like this and like that or whatever. Well, the people who have served always go like, they do it right. Mostly right, considering they're dancing. Yes, Michaela. Is this like a military dance? I like it. I'll give it a solid 7 out of 10. Yeah, well, actually, my standards have been pretty high because some musicals have some great dance scenes. 5 out of 10. Oh, he set it up. He's been setting it up so perfectly so he can get a chance to dance with her. The tap dancing, let's go! I've always waited for it. In universe, I'm guessing these are like hired tap dancers. Is that a thing they did at these parties? They just hired a person to tap dance like crazy? This was like a tap dancing competition. They're so smooth with it too, man. It's crazy. Oh my gosh, everybody's tap dancing now. You know, somehow the tap dancing sound nicer when it's just 2 of them. Guess it gets lost in all the volume when there's too many of them, huh? If you want to make it to the top, then you gotta go through me, the bard. Actually, you're right. The tap dancing competition. Well, was it a competition? The tap dance fight, essentially. That just remind me of that. Da, 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 da. They're having a party. Where's Tom? Is he just like drinking right now? Praise the sun.
two-step. Oh, you don't mind, do you, old spoke?
Lord, no, Mr. Buchanan doesn't dance.
All right, so far everything's going great. You know, they're about to dance. Tom doesn't dance, even though everybody else was. Sucks to be him, I guess. I'm surprised he isn't, like, drinking a ton. I mean, maybe he is. Maybe this is just how he is when he's drunk. The exact same.
Get me a double. Ah, fellas.
Oh, there we go. He is drinking.
Ah, yes, I can see right through the whole facade. You and I might be the only ones here with clear eyes. Well, I didn't catch your name. Dr. Frankenstein. I made the bastard from head to toe. You're business associates?
Another Mr. Wolfshine?
Always thick in everything. You don't say.
Okay, wait. Business associates. So they're not ever... I feel like they're never going to come out and say exactly what they are. But it's, I mean, it's obvious. They're like mafiosos, right? Hmm. Why is he, like, impressed by that? He's like, oh, you guys are business partners. Oh, wow. Like, why did that, like, amaze him?
You ever see a guy hold on to his dream so tight? If I have to wait forever for you. What do you think you're doing?
Don't make a scene, Tom.
What's the problem, old sport?
Just observing the decline of civilization.
See? The crazy thing to me is that this went so much better than I thought it was. Genuinely, if Tom had it interrupted, I think she would have been like, I'll love you forever. The same promise, like, just like that night before. I thought she would be a little more unwilling or something, but I guess in the end they'll figure something out, right? Whoa.
I'll tell you what, gATSBY, I think civilization's going in the right direction. I mean, what was so great about the way things were anyway? I love it here. Oh, your life is full of joy and fascinating people. I rather prefer this life to my own.
Well, until the other shoe drops, you do.
You're a brute. That's all you are.
I mean, I really hate Tom, but I hate the fact that he's not wrong. Like, this lifestyle is great until the other shoe drops, which it will inevitably.
Your husband and you've had too much cheap champagne.
Not enough to drown out your indiscretions. You may have been born with class, Tom Buchanan, but you've lost all of it. Brute.
Hey, we're dancing too much. You get out of our way, man. I feel like things are gonna go so bad in a moment. I don't know. I'm dreading it. But at least we have a nice tap dance. Woo! What a great distraction while the background changes. Only 8 songs left is crazy because I love it. Time went by so fast. It really did. We're like 3 hours. Is she still drunk? Or is she drunk? Absolutely. Like, I mean, would she have really said all that if she wasn't at least a little tipsy? Maybe, but I don't think so. And there they go, sneaking away. Oh boy. Let's hope it works out. I don't think it will.
Can hold it together. I try to inhale and my head starts to swim. To dance in your arms, all the while knowing at the end of the night I'm going home with him. Jane, you
now.
Let's run away. We'll drive until morning.
Oh, I feel like they're having a difference of perspective here. How do I explain it? We know that Gatsby really wants to, he wants to actually do this, you know, them get married. Well, on her end, I feel like it's more of a fantasy because, I mean, the reality of the situation is that you can't really run away together, you know? They'd be losing too much if they did.
Carefree and recklessly into the sun.
All of these years wiped down forever. You say the word and it's as good as done.
If we don't go now, we might never go. If we don't go now, we might never know what this could be.
But are you really willing to go now? She's so drunk, she's not thinking. I mean, the thing is, I don't think she's completely drunk. I feel like at worst, she's like a bit tipsy. Maybe she has like a good buzz, you know? But the emotions are running high as well, you know? She is in love with Gatsby, and that affects her decision making as well. But I feel like the moment he's like, yeah, let's actually do it. Let's go. Let's do it. I feel like she'll pull back because, like, well, I mean, it's a nice thought, but I can't actually go and run away with you, you know?
Who we really are. Go. Go get the car.
Objection! We are going home.
Not ready to go home.
Ah, the party's just gotten started. On board, there are several celebrated people I've got to introduce.
I've had enough of your people. Come on, Daisy. We'll do something special.
Did he hit him or what?
We haven't been to the plaza since our anniversary. We'll drive there right now.
Ah, brilliant idea, old sport. I can get us a royal suite.
Don't you have to host?
Tom, don't be rude. A suite at the plaza. Jay, it's your party. You can't disappear.
As long as the lobster and cocktails keep coming, I swear to you, no one cares if I am here. Ah, Nick!
I mean, you're all right. A lot of your other parties were going off just by your, like, without you even being there. But I mean, there's no way. Oh, this is hurtling towards a disaster because, I mean, say what you will about Tom, I'm sure he knows what's happening here. Like he definitely knows or at least realizes that Gatsby is making a move on his on his wife.
Jordan, come on, we're heading into the city. You go. We're kind of in the middle.
We should go.
We can all pile into my car.
It's too hot to pile in. You can take Nick and Jordan. Mr. Gatsby and I will follow along.
I can't fit three in the coupe. Mr. Gatsby can take Nick and Jordan in his circus wagon.
Oh, I don't mind if you take the Rolls Royce for a little spin, old sport. Though it may need gas. Go on.
Fine.
Oh gosh, guys, you really I don't think it's a good idea for you guys to be here. You're doing so great, you know, living it up. Don't don't get involved in this.
Have it your way. Jordan, Nick, take out of those ridiculous get-ups and let's go.
We don't have to run. We're going to face him. We'll tell him it's over, then leave him behind. We don't have to hide. He'll say that it's over.
Gatsby, do you honestly, genuinely, truly think she will face him and say, I mean, I guess you love her enough that you believe that she will. And you know she loves you. So I guess you're like, of course she will. But will she say to his face that she's in love with another man and that she's going to run away with him? Because that's a big that's a hard sell. I think everyone just needs to go home. Honestly, I think if everyone just has a good night's sleep, it'll be okay. I don't know. She seems to have forgotten about little Pammy. And that's the thing. I feel like the moment she remembers her daughter, all of this bravado is going to vanish. He's like, I don't want to, like, I would love to run away, but I would hate to abandon my daughter.
Say I love you, let's go before I change my mind.
If we don't go
We might never
Go.
If we don't go now, we might never know what this could be. We really
I actually really like that he did like the little check to make sure that like no one was around before kissing them again, because it shows that they're at least trying to be a little hidden right now. I'm like watching the clock tick down on the like how much we have left. We're at like an hour and 31 of 2 hours. So I'm like, oh gosh, when's it ending? Like, what's gonna happen? Because time is passing by so quickly and yet so slow, and I'm like stressing out.
Looks like it's closing time.
Oh hey, it's you, Mr. Wilson.
Before we close shop, can I say something quick? I
Okay.
could use some advice. Once again, trouble in paradise. And I know that you're only a night hawk. Why not is loyal so sick?
He's getting advice from a bird.
You know, it wouldn't hurt to call the doctor and have you checked out. What there's
She's pregnant, isn't she?
another one of those flus going around. Only this time it ain't from Spain. It's from Italy or Brazil or Canada, huh? People coming from all over through the ports of New York City these days. Who's to say?
Shut up,
I mean, he's not wrong. That is genuinely a real concern.
George. I don't have the damn flu.
What, are you pregnant?
We could think such a stupid thing, huh? We tried for years and didn't get anywhere.
Oh, so she absolutely is pregnant and knows that she's pregnant.
You're pregnant? You can try to fool me, but you can't fool God. God sees everything.
That's just some dumb advertisement.
I guess he doesn't believe, huh? But hey, I mean, he's not wrong. You're pregnant. Apparently you're like a really bad liar. I don't know how you got away with this affair for so long if you're so bad at lying. Maybe he just didn't want to believe that you were cheating on him. I think I remember this being where it goes badly in the book. I feel like it had something to do with cards, but I might be misremembering. Oh no! So things are gonna go bad, huh?
Who is he? Who is he?
A rich man. Don't look at me like that, George, because I did it for us. Yeah.
Just excuse. The moment it comes out, it's all excuses. I did it for us. Not, of course, she did it for herself. In reality, it was all because she wanted to live that illusion of a big life, a dream. If it was really for your family, the family would have already seen some notable gains from it, but they haven't because you don't care about the family.
I got him right where I want him, huh? It'll pay me to go away, or it'll pay me regular to support the child, yeah? It'll be just like you want, huh? We'll have a nice life in Ohio.
You somehow not a man, and you're trying to say you did it for me. We're close. Come on, I've been on for a friend. Mr. Buchanan and
Oh, what awful timing!
he recognized you there. You call.
Buchanan, Mr. Carroll, how nice it is to see you. Maybe I can pitch in
Tom's dinner time phone calls? That's her. Everything all right with the missus?
Shouldn't he be asking you?
Mrs. Wilson just ain't feeling herself, you know how it is.
Oh, they're like, it's crazy he's being polite to a man who knocked up his wife. Not that he knows that, but that's actually insane. He's read the book. Others wouldn't have said anything. That's fair. I did read the book. I mean, it was years ago, but I do have a general sense of things end badly. So that in itself was not much of, well, not that much of a spoiler.
Do I, this Rolls Royce is a real beaut. Whatever. What'd you do with the blue coupe? Oh, you still want it? More than ever. As you can hear, we got some real cabin fever.
I'm just taking this car for a spin. Thinking of getting one myself once I sell you mine. I'll be ready maybe next week.
Any chance I could use your lube?
He's been saying next week forever, for months and months.
It's such a long way to the plaza.
I don't think that's such a good idea. My wife's been sick, you see. She's been throwing up the past couple days.
Ew. Never mind. I'll wait until we get to the plaza.
What are you doing?
Sticking it to Tom. Hi.
I mean, you're sticking it to Tom, but this is not the best time.
Oh, to the plaza we go.
I wonder how these cars work. Do the person that is like on the wheel, do they actually drive it out around at all? Or is there like a system where like it moves across like a set path?
Michael, I just lost my words. We gotta talk about this. Michael!
I mean, what? I don't know how that talk is gonna go, but it's not gonna be great. Where did she go? Is she heading towards the plaza? Oh, it's gonna be a oh my gosh. Everything's gonna crash into one another, isn't it?
It's a swell suite.
Open another window.
There aren't any more.
Better telephone for an axe.
Best thing to do is forget about the heat. You make it 10 times worse by complaining about it.
We wouldn't have to complain if we weren't here.
Oh, why not leave it alone, old sport?
That's a great expression of yours. All this old sport business. Where'd you pick that up? Oxford?
Now, Tom, if you're going to make personal remarks, I won't stay here another minute.
No, I understand Mr. Gatsby here is an Oxford man.
Or is he not an Oxford man? You know what? I feel like... Are we about to reveal that, Gatsby's, like, things about Gatsby that we thought aren't even true? Like, maybe he didn't even serve? I mean, I would believe it if he didn't get the awards he said he did from serving. Even if he did actually serve. But I also feel like... I mean, the Oxford thing, that might not even be true. That feels like it wouldn't be true when it comes to him.
Not exactly. I went to Oxford, yes, but I only stayed for 5 months, so I can't call myself an Oxford man. You see, after armistice, we officers got to attend any university in England or France. Oh, but you wouldn't know that, because you never served.
Why didn't you serve?
Flat feet.
Why don't you open the other whiskey, Tom? I'll make you a mint julep.
Is that a reason to not serve? Or is it just that he's rich enough that he can get away with an excuse like that? I genuinely I'm so curious. No. No, it's genuinely not considered a... I mean, in modern day, maybe back then, but in modern day, no.
Maybe you won't seem so stupid to yourself.
You must have had a real pick of the ladies while the rest of us were risking our lives.
Yeah, what kind of row you trying to cause in my house anyhow?
He isn't causing a row. You're causing a row. Have a little self-control.
Self-control. I suppose the latest thing, the latest thrill, is to watch Mr. Nobody from Nowhereville make love to your wife and just sit still.
Oh boy. Like, the thing is, I'm not surprised Tom is reacting the way he is, considering they're practically flaunting their, like, affair in front of him. Like, they're not being that subtle about things.
If that's the plan, you can count me out. That's the kind of progress I can do without.
Enough.
Oh, don't you know the latest thing that we needs to spill is your wife never loved you and she never will. So don't you die upon that hill. We
Gatsby, alright. Gatsby's the one taking the initiative. I don't think she's gonna be very happy about that.
met and fell in love 5 years ago. It makes me laugh to think you didn't know.
I didn't know Daisy then, but I'll be damned if you got within a mile of her unless you brought groceries to the back door.
You're the one who double-crossed her.
All this from a cheap imposter.
Sorry, but I fear you've lost her.
He's slick and he's fast and he'll run out of gas. None of this was made to last. A quick little flame that will quietly pass. None of this was made to last.
I mean, that's generally the opinion of the old money on the nouveau riche, right? Just a bunch of upstarts that won't last. So, but is he wrong in this case specifically? I don't know.
You want to talk about flames? Nick, did Tom ever tell you why they really left Chicago? He ripped the fender off his car and the chambermaid with him broke her arm. Even for you, that was a scandal for the ages.
Wait. What did he do?
He left Chicago. He ripped the fender off his car and the chambermaid with him broke her arm.
Oh, so he broke he broke a person's arm. Yikes. Okay. I mean, of course, I'm not that surprised for him, to be honest.
Even for you, that was a scandal for the ages. And how much did you pay to stay on the social pages?
Every so often I might go on a spree.
Spree?
I make a fool of myself.
No, Tom, you make a fool of me.
Okay, I mean, so far everybody's ganging up on him, which is what I would expect considering the situation. But
Leave a trail of mine that never ends.
Stay out of it! We all know, so why pretend? And here I thought that we were friends. I see now this is a conspiracy.
your friends, bro, you have never been polite to, like, to Nick at all. You've never been friendly in the slightest.
Chase yourself.
Old sport, it's time to face reality. Daisy's leaving you.
Is that your estimation?
She doesn't love
I
you.
love how all your money reeks of desperation.
Go on and say.
Cash and buy some cheap panache and charm. But before Daisy's diamond ring.
Go on and tell him, and then her expression is just like, and
put a baby in arms. Does Daisy know the kind of work you do? That saving is best sell for you. This dirty crook has carved out quite a niche. He's selling food like booze and getting filthy rich. Daisy's taking his best.
oh, so the other guy revealed to Tom what their actual business is, or maybe Tom just realized because he recognized the guy. But also, Okay. I feel like if I was told, oh, he's killing people, then I'd understand a negative reaction. But like, oh, he's selling booze? Okay. But then again, actually, counterpoint. It should be common knowledge that the biggest bootlegger operations are gangsters. So, like, I can see, like, in that logic, it'd be like, oh, wow, okay, so yeah, he is a criminal, like a serious one. He's not killing people, by the way. I figure not. I genuinely figure not. But I don't know. I feel like there's considerably worse crimes. Like, selling a thing that everyone's buying and drinking is, like, the least concerning thing. Guys, you're overwhelming Daisy. I mean, I feel like everything's overwhelmed.
Just tell him you never loved him! Say it, and it's all wiped out forever.
You want too much.
I need to speak to Daisy alone. You're all excited now.
Even alone, I can't say that I never loved Tom. It wouldn't be true. I love you too. Isn't that enough?
You love me too.
Oh. I feel like I love you too is like the most painful thing to hear. If I would, okay, you would commit suicide if you were asking me right now, bro. I get it. I feel like if he said, I loved you then and I love you now, isn't that enough? That's understandable. I love you too implies he's still in her heart. And I don't think Gatsby can handle that.
You've made your point, Daisy. I'm going to take better care of you from now on.
You are not going to take care of her anymore. No, Daisy is leaving you.
Nonsense!
I am though.
What is the idea here? You're going to give up your child? Live in sin with this man as a divorced woman?
Oh, live in sin. Right, because it was seen like as a sin to get divorced. It's interesting, though, by the way, that Tom is like, he's treating this as if it was a lesson that was being taught to him, not like a serious, we're getting divorced kind of thing. It's fine. All right. You've made your point. I'll treat you better. Which is such a wild reaction in my mind, to me, honestly, which goes to show just how different things were at that time and the old and new money are. Like it wasn't a sin to have the affair. That's true. That's true.
How will your father feel about
My
that?
father will see that I have as much power and more money than you. Why, he will invite us to marry on his front lawn.
Do you think
Willie?
he cares how much you amass? It's not about wealth. It's blood. It's class. The day you were born, your die had been cast. None of this was made to last.
I mean, that's a thing that matters a lot to some people. It's all about the prestige. The money can be made after.
You two start on home, Daisy. In Mr. Gatsby's car. Go on. Go. You wanted to talk to her, this is your chance. But I think you understand now that you're talking to my wife.
And it sucks to see Tom essentially win, you know? Like, because everything seems like it's going well, but in this final moment where you finally have to make the jump, it's just a gap's too large to go over, you know? A gap that's too scary and too risky, and it's just like, maybe things will work out if we do it. But is it worth risking it for the very large chance that things end in disaster? I always say yes. Go for the gamble. But it's easy to say that when it's not my life that I'd be ruining, potentially. And actually, to a certain degree.
Daisy? Daisy!
Nick, Jordan, you want any of this stuff?
just gonna hang out and drink now? I don't...
Nick! What? You want any?
Jordan and I are engaged.
Bro, that was not the... Even her reaction, she's like, why did you say that, bro?
Fine, you don't want any of this junk. I'm getting the car.
Yeah, cool.
We are, right?
How can anyone want to get married after seeing all it turns into?
That's not what marriage is.
It's not?
That's not what marriage is for us.
I mean, it doesn't have to be, at the very least. Ultimately, marriage in the modern world is an institution, right? It doesn't have to be that horrible.
For better or worse?
It will be different for us.
For rich or for poor?
We can make it different.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
You think that every newlywed believes their marriage will endure? That they somehow will escape their fate?
That's such a pessimistic view to have. Because ultimately, you're starting at a completely different point than their marriage was. Daisy and Tom, their marriage was started from a lack of a necessity. You know, they needed to get married because I mean, that's just how it is in this time. You got to get married, got to continue the family lineage and all that stuff. All that stuff. You guys want to be together. That is already a massive difference. It's more like if Gatsby and Daisy had gotten together from the very beginning. That would be, and have just, that's probably what you guys, I feel like I'm losing my words. Please don't end it here.
Is it every wedding's curse? First for better, then for worse.
But yeah, Nick, your timing could have been better. Maybe if you had saved this conversation for after you guys have gone to bed, slept it off, and refilled your energy to really talk, maybe.
The trains aren't running, the cabs aren't coming, but I am going. to go, 7 to go. He needs to know, though I'm not showing, a baby's growing, and I am going to the Plaza Hotel. 1 mile down and 7 to go, 7 to go. Watch the road, asshole!
She's gonna get hit by a car, isn't she?
What you calling crazy? I will take his little daisy and I'll stick it to her that he's mine. And this baby here is genuine. Once he
How different do you think that whole conversation would have gone if she had arrived, if like the train was running and she got there like before everything ended? I feel like it would have been crazy. That's the kind of thing that would happen in a telenovela.
He'll kick her out the door. We'll open up a bottle of pill. We'll open two. He'll propose. I'll smile and teach you. Then presto boom, my dreams have all come true.
So many people in this musical are delusional, honestly. Not delusional. I mean, she is delusional, but they're dreaming. They're dreamers. Expecting things to just work out. But it's not going to. Honestly, I feel bad for Myrtle. I know she agreed to be with Tom and cheat on her husband, but she also has to deal with Tom. That's true. That little bit of having to deal with Tom does give me a little more sympathy for her. But she's still a cheater.
Be a rich man's wife with a rich man's baby in the center of life. A debutante, a connoisseur. What if I turn into her? When you shine,
Into Daisy? You mean, I think?
anything becomes the one who wears the ring. I am guessing I'll have 2 good years before another shining thing appears.
I mean, that's almost certainly true. But the thing is, I don't think you're even going to get to that point because he mentioned it himself. It's not about the money. It's about the prestige, the bloodline, the history. And you have none.
One way road. Is that what this is? Have I traveled on it from a very early age? One way road.
That's what I'm saying, Michaela. That scene of her arriving while they were all in there having that conversation would have gone insano style.
When our choice is ahead, and it's dead ends in a cage. Told me not be loyal, but with him I'm royalty. Do I let him break my heart? Knows to gain security. No dress, no ring, no party, no baby.
I mean, it's your choice, I guess. Your road is already not great considering you cheated on your husband. So you might as well go all in and hope that it works out. I mean, yes, but I think that's because he's a good person, unlike you, but whatever. It's crazy that now she came to her senses, but I'm almost certain that she's about to get hit by a car. I don't remember if that happens in the story, but I'm just recognizing some patterns here. And it's almost certainly gonna be Gatsby and Daisy that hit her. Okay, she didn't end the song by getting hit by a car, but I don't know. Why do I do this to myself? Pause right before the answer comes. I mean, I guessed right. I just wasn't completely right.
My God! Oh my God! Oh God! Oh my God! What happened here?
Auto hit her, instantly killed. Son of a bitch didn't even stop his car.
We don't know the car that hit her then.
2 cars. One coming, one going, see?
Going where?
One going each way. The one coming from New York knocked right into her, going 30 or 40 miles an hour.
Yellow car.
You see it happen.
Oh my gosh, now we know for a fact it was Gatsby.
No, sir, but I saw a yellow car down the road there going 50, 60 even. You don't have to tell me what kind of car it was. I know what kind of car it was.
Wilson, what happened? I just got here a minute ago from New York.
She ran off. We argued, and she ran off toward the city.
What's all this?
Well, I'm a friend of his. And he says he knows the car that did it. It was a yellow Rolls.
And you also know the car that did it. You made so many correct answers. I mean, that's what happens when you read the story a long, long time ago and you can make guesses. And to be fair, it's not the most unpredictable story out there, you know? Dang, I hoped I remembered wrong too. Same. I wish he didn't die, man.
That car I was driving earlier wasn't mine. Understand? I was just now bringing you the blue coupe we talked about.
Who owns it? The Rolls?
It goes by Gatsby.
Goes by.
Well, who knows with these gangsters? He's in with that fella named Wolfshine.
I heard of him.
I mean, what kind of lowlife takes a man's wife right from under his nose?
What?
Nothing. Just
Don't worry about it. Unrelated.
no class, that man. He owns that ostentatious house on the Sound, the one with all the parties.
She said he was rich when we were fighting.
Is he gonna blame? Is Tom about to blame? Oh my gosh. His affair on Gatsby? I'm furious.
She was having an affair. I had no idea. She was pregnant.
Pregnant.
Connie, you...
Oh, well, he didn't blame Gatsby.
Oh, I mean, you get mixed up in cases. You never know what's gonna happen.
Pregnant. That's pregnant.
Okay, so he didn't say it was Gatsby, but Wilson believes it's Gatsby. Makes sense. He just called himself a dumbass. I mean, of course he did. And the pause of realization is like, never mind. But it seems the fact that she was pregnant is affecting him.
What if she hurt you? What if she died trying to get to the plaza?
Are we responsible for someone choosing to walk down the highway in the middle of the night?
We are if we told her to do
We
it.
didn't tell her to do anything. All we know is that Jay and Daisy drove down this road right before we did. Is that what you want to tell the cops?
A woman died
And
tonight.
ruining other people's lives won't bring her back.
True. But justice is, you know, people deserve justice. But then again, I guess I don't think justice will be served no matter what happens here.
You're heartless.
I'm right. And you know I'm right. And you can wring your hands all you want, but your guilt doesn't make you noble.
I don't want to marry you.
Good.
Oh, bro. I'm on his side. Like, I get what he... But why? Why that last part? You don't believe that. You don't think it's good.
Good.
Hide the emotions as much, I guess.
You know, you may have had me dizzy for a while, but I don't give a damn about you now.
Goddamn coward didn't even stop his car. Let's go, Caraway.
I'd rather walk.
A woman just died walking this highway.
Yeah, even with those odds, I'd rather walk than get in a car with the likes of you two.
Live your life.
Mr. Wilson, we're going to need you to come down to the station and make a statement.
I mean, the thing is, and especially established in the actual book, Nick is very much right about them. He is, like, objectively. None of them are great people. They've lived this high life, and man, they talk about committing crimes and doing not too nice things all the time. So, like, I'm literally so sad they broke off. I'm so sad as well. Because, but I mean, I think it never would have worked. As much as it hurts to say that, I feel like at some point their morality were gonna be like in conflict, and it's better that it happens now, where they can break things off without any consequences on either side, than if it happens while they're married and then things are so much more complicated legally. That's what I'm gonna try to comfort myself with.
So why? You got eyewitness accounts say what happened.
We found some suspicious-looking crates around back that complicate matters. We just got to make sure we have the whole story here.
Well, the stories. A man in a yellow Rolls Royce killed my wife.
Easy, Mr. Wilson.
I got a phone call. I'll be right back. Also, I have to go to the bathroom, so. Sorry about that interruption, especially when we're so close to the end. All right. Let's keep going. I guess we're going to just see everything wrap up.
You don't have anything to hide, there won't be any trouble, will there? No. Go on, gather your things and we'll meet you at the car.
And now Wilson's whole situation is going to get screwed because Gatsby didn't pick up the crates. What's up, Wilson? What are you going to do?
You've got the eyes of God, Doc. Tell me, what do you see? They want me to come in while the killer roams free. You've got the eyes of God, Doc. They know who drove away. There must be some justice. Someone has
Oh gosh, what are you going to do, Wilson?
to pray. God sees everything, but he's slow on his commands. Who's got the eyes of God, Doc? Who's gonna be his prey?
But see, and this is part of the reason why I'm like, they have to... Justice is deserved here. Because, like, oh, we can't make more people sad by, you know, revealing who killed them. This man is sad. This man is hurt. Because you killed a person and ran away. Does he not matter because he's what? Not the main character in your life? Where is the justice? Exactly. Alright.
Jackie, what are you doing? You gotta get out
What's up, Gatsby?
of here.
You saw the trouble on the road.
Trouble. A woman was killed.
I thought so. I told Daisy I thought so. It's better for the shock to come all at once, and she stood it pretty well.
And what are you... And you left. Why? Bro.
Daisy shock. Jake, you can't be here. There are eyewitnesses who saw your
No,
car.
no, no, I don't think anyone saw anything. I drove here on a back road, I locked my car in the garage, and... Do you know who the woman was?
Yeah, we do.
Myrtle Wilson. Her husband owns the gas station. What the devil happened?
I think Nick is hoping for an excuse, an explanation, a reason to not turn Gatsby in.
Daisy was nervous as we left the plaza. Tom had gotten in her head. Had her thinking I was some kind of cheap sharper. She thought it would steady her to drive.
Daisy was driving.
But of course I'll say I was. Not that it was her fault. That woman came out of nowhere. And at first, Daisy turned away from her into the other lane, but there was another car coming right at us. And as soon as I reached for the...
So you weren't driving. Daisy was driving. Okay.
I felt the shock. Oh, it must have killed her instantly.
They whipped her open.
I mean, you were going at 60 miles an hour. Of course it did.
Don't tell me. Oh, sport. Well, where is Daisy now?
She's coming here. She is. She just had to get a few things settled back at home.
Was she
Is she really?
with Tom?
Well, I dropped her off, and I waited for a while in the bushes after she'd gone inside in case things got out of hand. I don't trust him. Old sport, no.
He's not thinking about her.
She's not an irresponsible woman. She has a child. She had to get things sorted.
Jake, they're gonna trace your car. You gotta go to Atlantic City at least.
Or possibly not when I'm disclosing.
Bro, Nick, this is crazy. Why are you being... You literally fumbled with Jordan, and now you're doing exactly what Jordan said about, like, you know, trying to get him out of this situation? Then what was even the point of fumbling? Bro!
Giving Daisy the life she deserves.
Daisy isn't coming back! Don't you see that?
Impossible.
Gatsby, you have to open your eyes. Wake up from this dream.
I have done it all for her. Put up each war for her.
An ominous, like, rendition of Done It All for Her. I love that.
Stoked and stoked the flames, played a deadly game. I'll take any blame for her. Daisy, where else would she go? I'll never take no for an answer.
Not even letting him speak, screaming over him.
She was always the one, the light is still green.
You can't keep pursuing this! Like some act of faith!
Anything worth anything is an act of faith.
I mean, he's not wrong. Anything is like, she's worth it, is pretty much what he's saying. She's worth going to endless miles for, no matter how far you have to go. He doesn't want him to take the blame, but he also loves his cousin. I think it's one thing to turn in Gatsby, but Daisy, his cousin? I see. I guess, but still it leaves me thinking, like, then why even... then why even do the I don't want to marry you with Jordan? You guys could have at least been happy, all things considered.
I have to go. The sun is starting to come up, and if you can believe it, I've got work this morning. What are you gonna do, Jay?
All right, you're a bondsman.
I thought I might go for a swim. You know, I haven't used the pool all summer. It's never been quiet enough.
I will call you around noon.
Two boats spoke.
Yeah, sure. Let's just act like everything is so chill. When he thought he was driving, it was fine, but learning Daisy was driving. Right. Because Daisy was the one actually driving. She was at the wheel. Ooh.
I suppose Daisy would call too.
I suppose.
I suppose so.
We just gotta live in this illusion, I guess.
They're a rotten crowd. You are worth the whole damn bunch put together.
Perhaps.
Soon she'll walk through my door. So what's an hour more? She's gone to setting straight, and I'm prepared to wait. Soon this will all be done. Two lives turn into one. We have a date with fate, and damn it, I can wait for her.
You know what's crazy? Most of this would have not happened had he just not have had he just kept up on his sorry, I had to find the words. Kept up on his part of his job, you know, of managing all the like trades and stuff and picking up of illegal alcohol. A good chunk of this would not have happened. I mean, still a decent amount of things would, but having that big piece away, you know, of like what's his actual job gone, would have, I'm sure, honestly, maybe Daisy would have actually sided with him, or eventually would have. Man, this first song reflected so hard on this one. The very first time I saw Gatsby's name, if only I knew then that I would never be the same. And no, I don't think any of us are. Sorry, I was muted. How much did I miss? I mean, I guess most of that was just me gasping. And I'm like, and being like, move the camera over faster so I can see who did it. And it was Wilson. I get it, man. I get it. I don't know if the lights actually went out or the camera just turned away. Either way, perfectly timed. Oh. The worst part of all this is that Tom gets to be happy. Which is really the worst ending ever.
I always said the end of Gatsby would justify the muse.
I heard the killer runs a filler up shop out in Queens.
I heard that Gatsby was done by the mob.
I heard the crime scene's nothing short of a car.
Poor fool who has to clean that pool. I'm glad it's not my job.
And all of the other high society who would go to his parties all the time, they don't care. It's just fun little things to talk about. A new little chatter.
Blown up and busting.
Now it's rusting in the deep end. New money. Look how he tricked up. Now he's a victim.
New money.
Buyer beware.
See you at the funeral.
None of you are going to that funeral.
Are you going?
Let us learn to show our friendship for a man when he is alive, not after he is
So no, you're not going to the funeral.
dead.
She looks actually impacted by his death, which I mean makes sense. She's probably one of the few people that that knew anything about him and his like struggle. What's up, Nick? How you doing now?
Hello, Daisy.
Oh, you've been such a stranger. Have you
Oh, you're visiting Daisy. How's that?
been scaling Wall Street? Bridget?
I called several times, actually. You see, I decided to go home to St. Paul, and it felt strange to just skip town without saying goodbye. So
We don't have nearly enough bonnets, and you've forgotten about Teddy off the top of Penny's line.
You know, that's fair. I think he's fine. He's like drained of his time in New York. He's like, this place, it just isn't for me. As fun as the parties are, the depths are too dark. I can't be here anymore.
I thought surely I would see you at GATSBY's funeral.
Well, in such a whirlwind here, I've hardly had the chance to return any
I mean, were you like the only person that went to Gatsby's funeral?
calls, let alone.
I told him to leave that night, but he waited for you, and you don't have to.
You should never have been involved. If you would have just left us alone, our tragedy would have remained our own.
His tragedy. You're still here. Daisy had.
Damn. That's a powerful line. His tragedy. Cause I mean, ultimately, nothing changed for Daisy. I mean, theoretically, and we're just assuming here, things might even be better for her now that, you know, she went through all that and her husband's just like, fine, treat you better. Like, I don't believe him, but maybe. So, saying that it's that, but it is true that he wouldn't have been involved in this tragedy at all if he had not involved himself. Does that mean he shouldn't have in the past? I don't know.
Have you seen the papers? They're reporting it like it's some kind of mob story. One seedy character taken down by another, but this isn't a mob story. This is a story about the way people like you and Tom, you smash up things and creatures, and then you just retreat back into your money or your carelessness or whatever it is that keeps you two together.
Man, he had a lot of feelings to release in that moment. And I guess you do have a point. You're not wrong. I say I guess, but you're just not wrong here. But what else is there to say?
Where are you escaping to this time?
Honolulu.
Of course you guys are going to Honolulu. Just go have a vacation while everything happens.
Sounds like paradise.
He's so conflicted. I mean, how could he not be?
Do you know what I did when my baby was born? You don't, because no one was there. My baby was maybe an hour old, and Tom was God knows where.
You know, I mean, we don't know like anything about you and your baby. So, tell us.
Coming out of the ether, my hand full of smoke. It's a girl, the nurse said, and I broke. Do you know what I did when my baby was born? When I found out.
I don't know. Did you try to kill your baby? Because that's like the dramatic reveal I feel like you're leading up to.
That she was ashamed. I prayed that my beautiful child would be the fool that I could never be.
No, okay, no, you just you did something considerably less dark than my first thought. I'm sorry. And I think that's my first guess wrong in this thing, this whole musical. I mean, it's it's a parent's natural desire to want their children to live a better life than them. Avoid this tragedy. I mean, probably fall into another, but at least one that's less bad.
Thing the girl can be in this world is a beautiful little fool. The best thing a girl can be
I'm sorry to hear that, Meowish.
in this world is a beautiful little fool. The best thing a girl can be in this world is charming and light and polished repose.
Damn, that that is that not scream. It's still like a singing, but into like the no background music. That was emotional.
An absolute light and a
Foolish enough to follow their heart and the things they wish to be, regardless of reality. A fool like Gatsby, I guess. I mean, thank you for the insight, but this doesn't really change my feelings about Gatsby and everything else. But I'm glad I know a little more about you at least.
On my last night in New York, I wandered down
Good night, Cassicat.
to the water's edge. I find myself clinging to my father's advice to reserve judgment. I think about the way New York slapped me with a wild promise I mistook for meaning it, and the whole summer washes over me.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like a lot of people, you got to experience the highest highs and lowest lows of New York. And not even the lowest lows, just kind of lows.
The quiet brutality of Daisy and Tom, Jordan, and the mess we made. Wolfsheim, the Wilsons, just all of us holding on to the foul dust of our dreams so tightly we couldn't see straight. And as I turned to look at the shore,
I mean, that's the problem of being in a city that never sleeps. The dreams mixed with reality. Until eventually reality, pure and full, comes back.
here's what I'll never forget. I still could see Gatsby standing in silhouette. He's staring down the darkness, his arms stretched to the sky, with infinite hope that made him fool enough to try.
I think that's the big thing why, despite everything, I can't even really have negative feelings about Gatsby. Not that I really have negative feelings about anyone here except for like Tom, but Gatsby in particular, he was just so hopeful. He's like, even by the end, I was like, damn, just let it go, man. But you have to respect to a degree. He's the only person who's willing to really, really try, you know, to dream to the very end. And you can't knock that at the very least.
That light across the water is always out of reach. So
Why do we reach for that dream that we can never truly get to? I don't know. Because what else is there to do, I guess?
GATSBY believed in the green light. The orgastic future that year by year recedes before us. It eluded us then, but that's no matter. Tomorrow, we will run faster, stretch out our arms further, and one fine morning, so we lead on, boats against the current.
I love that. In the end, he's just like, yeah, it's far away. And maybe it'll always be far away, but maybe it won't. Because if we keep running towards it, I mean, we have to get there one day, right?
Back ceaselessly into the past.
And now he's just not even part of the party. He's standing away from it. The party's going and on and on and on. Oh, wow. And that's the end, right? Yep. After that, they're doing their goodbyes and everything. That was a really good musical. Not my favorite, I don't think. But it made me upset. Genuinely, honestly. Not because of anything about the story, about it itself. It was great, but it made me upset because you could see, and maybe it's because I already read the book a long time ago, but you could see the way everything was heading, the problems that started to stack, and the consequences that you're just like, these aren't gonna be, you can't get past these consequences. And then in the end, I mean, if Tom died, I think this would be a great musical. Like, if we just killed Tom, everything would be great. But since we're not killing Tom, solid 7 out of 10. And if I can't give it a 7, 8 out of 10 because the music and clothing are awesome. Swap Gatsby's death for Tom. I mean, just have Wilson go. Bah, 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 bah. To be honest, as somebody who watched this musical before reading the books, I didn't really predict stuff. Maybe it was because I was reading it. Like, even though I didn't remember a lot of the story, just knowing that things don't end happily, I think was enough to put everything into, like, position for me in my mind. Either way, that was great. I had an awesome time. I hope you guys enjoyed that musical as much as I did. Whatever you're going to be reacting to next, I don't remember. I'll figure it out really quick. Right. We're watching something called A New Brain. I don't even know what that is, to be honest with you. On Thursday. Tomorrow, we're doing some long user-submitted videos, which is like the user-submitted videos, except it's longer. And besides that, Friday, we're watching SAO Abridged, finally, I think. Hopefully. And that's the week. I'll see you guys around. I gotta get out of here. This stream has been going on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. These streams are getting way too long, man. Either way, I'll see you around. Bye. This is the outro song, doo-doo. This is the outro song, doo-doo. This is the outro, outro. This is the outro song, doo-doo. This is the outro song. This is the outro song. This is the outro song. This is the outro song, doo-doo. Bye. What other musicals are coming up on the polls? I don't really know. I just kind of choose stuff randomly. Bye.